The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Janelle K. Serow. Senator Serow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, present. Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 4 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated August 9th, 2022. Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, Chairman, Committee on Finance, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairman Vialet, please excuse my absence from the start of today's August 9th, 2022, Committee on Finance budget hearing, as I had a prior engagement. Therefore, I am respectfully asking that I be excused upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration and understanding. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Carrion as tardy. Any more correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated August 9th, 2022. Honorable Kurt Vialet, Chairperson, Committee on Finance, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairperson Vialet, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee on Finance meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Conference Room on St. Thomas. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Kindest regards, Donna Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Tardy.
Please mark Senator Fred Gregory as tardy. Any more correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
Correspondence dated August 9th, 2022. Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, Committee on Finance, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairman Vialet, this letter serves to inform you that I will be tardy to the Committee on Finance meeting scheduled for Tuesday, August 9th, 2022, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall in St. Thomas. I do apologize for any inconvenience, and I look forward to participating in the discussion upon my arrival. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Respectfully submitted, Janelle K. Serow.
Please mark Senator Serow as tardy. Any more correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Can you give me the count, though?
Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 1 absent, 3 tardy.
You may proceed. Thank you, Madam Clerk. You may proceed and read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Finance Fiscal Year 2023 budget hearing for Tuesday, August 9th, 2022 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2023 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. At 9 a.m., the University of the Virgin Islands invited testifiers, Dr. David Hall, President. At 12:30 p.m., University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park invited testifiers, Peter H. Chapman, Executive Director. At 2 p.m., Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General invited testifiers, Delia Thomas, Deputy Inspector General. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. First, before us, we have the University of the Virgin Islands. I'm going to allow Dr. Hall, along with those individuals who are here with him, to put the name and title on the record. Dr. Hall?
David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands.
Good morning, Shirley Lake King, Vice President for Administration and Finance, CFO, UVI.
Good morning, Camille McHale, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs, University of the Virgin Islands.
Michelle Neves, Vice President for Institutional Advancement, UVI.
Thank you. You also have some individuals who are here with us virtually. I'd like them to put the name and title on the record. Clean that out. Beginning with Ms. Peterson.
Good morning, Dr. Michelle Peterson, Interim Dean, College of Science and Mathematics.
Ms. Washington.
Narida Washington, Associate Vice President for Operations and Business Affairs.
Ms. Brown.
Good morning, Dr. Karen Brown, Dean of the School of Education.
Mr. Crossman.
Good morning, Stafford Crossman, Acting Dean, School of Agriculture.
Ms. Weimer. Ms. Linda Weimer. You have to unmute your device, it's muted. Okay, while you do that, let me go down to Ms. Molinar Worsley.
Dr. Pamela Molinar-Worsey, Dean of Innovation and Student Success and Interim Vice Provost of Enrollment Management.
Ms. Dyer.
Good morning, Una Dyer, Director of Presidential Operations.
Dean Lancico.
Good morning, Dean Mary Beverly Lancico, Dean of the School of Nursing. Thank you.
Mr. Davies.
Good morning, Haldane Davies, Vice President, Business Development and Innovation.
Sir Rodriguez.
Good morning, Alfonso Rodriguez, Entrepreneurship Manager, RT Park.
I'm trying to see who I did not call. Mr. Beadle.
Good morning, Matt Beadle, Senior Manager of Business Attraction and Strategic Planning at the RT Park.
Okay, so those individuals are representing the RT Park? Because we're going to do the University of the Virgin Islands first, and then we will move on to the RT Park. The RT Park would be right after the University of the Virgin Islands. So are there any other individuals from the University of the Virgin Islands that I have not recognized? Can you please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm Kendra Harris, Dean of the School of Business.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. Good morning, Charlene Harris, Vice President for Information Services and Institutional Assessment.
Thank you. Next. Okay, if that is it, Dr. Hall, I'm going to allow you to proceed with your testimony. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Vialet and other members of the Committee on Finance, excuse me, other members of the 34th Legislature present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands. It is indeed an honor for me to appear before this distinguished body to present the university's budget requests for FY 2022-2023 and respond to your questions. To assist me with today's presentation are Ms. Shirley Lake King, CFO and Vice President for Administration and Finance, Dr. Camille McHale, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs, and Mr. Michelle Neves, Vice President for Institutional Advancement. Also present virtually are other members of my cabinet and deans of the various schools and colleges within the university. Historic achievements in challenging times. This past academic year has been one of the most challenging of my 13 years as president. The university, from the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, has attempted to be very thoughtful about the safety and care of our students and employees. At the start of the fall 2021 semester, students and employees were required to be vaccinated in order to attend in-person classes and work at UVI. We were the first institution in the territory to have such a requirement, and this measure was adopted because the science and guidance from the VI Department of Health and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention indicated that this was the safest way to keep our community safe. And though we were able to reach a 100% compliance rate last fall with the mandate, we did lose some employees who chose not to comply. Our students were less compliant with the vaccine requirement. So to ensure that the unvaccinated students had access to higher education resources, we created numerous remote learning opportunities. This was critical because only 56% of students provided evidence during the past academic year that they were vaccinated. Some students, because of the vaccination requirement, chose not to attend in any form. And therefore, our enrollment and finances from housing and other auxiliaries suffered during this period. Through the use of funds from the federal government earmarked for COVID-related purposes, we were able to provide a robust package of financial support for those students who remained with us through free housing, tuition assistance, and even the cancellation of some debt. We wanted to use the COVID funding while it lasted to support our students because we understood how challenging this pandemic had been for so many families, and we wanted to support them through these challenging times. Because of the support of this legislature, we were able to financially support our employees as well by having a 4% raise pool and restoring the 8% salary that was taken from employees in 2011 as part of the VI Economic Stability Act. Despite these financial supports and so many others, the continuing presence of COVID and the reaction to the vaccination requirement affected the morale of some of our students and employees. Though it was the right thing to do, and it helped tremendously in keeping the university and the territory safer, it created emotional stress, distrust, and alienation among some employees and students. I share this challenge because it is important for the legislature and the public to know that hard and right choices often come with consequences. Our values are not free, and we often pay a price for embracing them and living by them, and the university certainly did during this challenging time. Due to the increased vaccination rates in the territory, reduction of cases, and the transition from the pandemic stage to the endemic stage of the virus, the Board of Trustees, with input from the VI Department of Health, expanded the vaccination requirement so that now a testing exception will exist for those students who, for one reason or another, still choose not to be vaccinated. This fall semester, which begins in a week, the university will return to regular in-person classes, but will continue to utilize precautions and other safety measures. What is unique and special about UVI, which I have observed on numerous occasions, is its ability to continue to move forward despite challenges, divisions, and hurdles. During this same challenging period that I just described, where we lost some valuable employees, lost the full support of some, the university still graduated close to 300 students this past May and remained true to its fundamental mission. In addition, there were other major and historic achievements during this challenging fiscal year. Some examples include the grand opening and ribbon-cutting ceremony of the Medical Simulation Center on June 29, 2022, on the Albert A. Sheen campus on St. Croix. This was an historic and transformative achievement for healthcare training in the Virgin Islands and a major step towards the creation of a medical school at UVI. Members of this legislature, in particular Chairman Violet and Senator Novell Francis, were instrumental in helping the university achieve this long overdue dream as we endured numerous challenges along the way. The successful opening included immersive tours of the cutting-edge facility and mannequin demonstrations of the sorts of offerings that will be hosted at the center. The center includes trauma and hybrid operating rooms, 18 surgical skill lab areas, 4 team training rooms, an auditorium with an open atrium, a conference room, a dining hall with catering kitchen, and 8 office spaces. The initial course offerings was presented at the end of July. The governor, various senators, representatives from the Department of Commerce, and numerous other dignitaries present were very impressed with the facility. I was honored to co-chair with Commissioner Positive Nelson, the Commissioner of Agriculture, Positive Nelson, the VI Agricultural Plan Task Force, which publicly unveiled the highly anticipated VI Agriculture Plan during a hybrid event on May 9th, 2022, and officially presented it, along with other testifiers, to the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture on July 14th. I mentioned this achievement as part of the university's budget hearing because various individuals from the university, like Dean Usman Adamu from the School of Agriculture and Dean Kendra Harris from the School of Business, contributed greatly to the development of this historic plan that has the potential to transform the field of agriculture and take us closer to the ambitious goal of food sovereignty and security. On May 2nd, 2022, the university unveiled the building sign for the 18,000 square foot 13D Research and Strategy Innovation Center. The Innovation Center, located on the Orville E. Ken campus, was officially named after an RT Park company, 13D Research and Strategy, which has committed $3 million to the facility. Once fully completed, the Innovation Center will be the most technologically equipped innovation centers in the Caribbean, and students will be able to transform their ideas into real instruments and devices and will be exposed to innovative thinking in various fields. The facility will also house our new culinary arts program, which will launch this fall. The grand opening of this facility is scheduled for October 5th, and each of you will receive an invitation in the near future. As part of the 60th anniversary of UVI's charter, and to keep the spirit, insight, and legacy of Dr. Athanel Addie Otley alive, the university convened the first Beyond the Blue Horizon concert on April 24th, 2022. This event showcased numerous local artists and raised contributions to the Addie Otley Community Service Scholarship Fund, which will support programs for UVI students pursuing studies in communication. UVI also celebrated this year its 50th anniversary of land grant programs in June. And during the same month, the Board of Trustees approved 2 bachelor's degrees in agriculture. This is an historic moment. since the university has never been able to offer bachelor's degrees in agriculture. And this is something for which all of us should be proud, especially members of the legislature, which provided funding so we could move in this direction. According to the U.S. News and World Report 2022 Best College Ranking, UVI climbed to the 6th spot among U.S. public schools in the category of regional colleges in the southern region. In addition to jumping from the 7th to 6th spot, UVI also ranked 35 among all southern regional colleges, another improvement from last year, and 42 on the social mobility criterion. Our first ever dance studio was unveiled on the Albert A. Sheen campus on St. Croix on March 23, 2022. This contemporary dance studio, which features a sprung dance floor and is equipped to enable streaming services for virtual and hybrid dance classes, is a significant addition to our Bachelor's of Fine Arts in Dance degree program. The Albert A. Sheen campus is now also home to the university's second inclusive child care laboratory and diagnostic center, bringing a research-based child care program linked to early childhood to the island of St. Croix. The center will provide services in pre-service teacher development, child care for UVI students, employees, and the community, and early child care and education. The Companion Center on St. Thomas, which opened a few years ago, is already at capacity with a long waiting list. We anticipate that the St. Croix facility will be at the same place in the near future. Both centers are managed by the School of Education and supervised by faculty and certified teachers and deliver pedagogically sound services focused on new research-based best practices. Diagnostic services are also available to target developmental milestones such as reading, language communication, social and emotional behavior, cognitive and physical development. The university has begun the process for the construction of a new facility for our School of Nursing on St. Croix. An RFP for the design of the facility was successful, and an architect has been selected and is presently under contract. We hope to bid this project in late November of this year, and again, we thank this legislative body for supporting this project. We want to thank the legislature for passing Bill 340182, sponsored by Senators Marvin Blyden and Senator Novell Francis, which gives the university the authority to name its facilities after donors who provide funds to the university, according to the naming policy of the university. As indicated earlier, we have already implemented this authority and obtained a $3 million commitment from 13D, and there are more gifts to be announced in the future. This authority does not take away the Senate's ability to name facilities, and based on legislation passed by this body, the official naming ceremony of the Sports and Fitness Center after Coach Eldridge Blake is scheduled for October 7th, and the official naming of the Administration and Conference Center building after former President Laverne Raxter is scheduled for October 20th. Though not included in my submitted testimony, I want to conclude our accomplishments to indicate that the board has changed one of its free tuition procedures so that students will now receive free tuition funds first and thus have other financial aid support for books, fees, housing, and food. Students will now benefit even more from this innovative and historic initiative. These are just a few examples of the historic achievements made during a very challenging time for the university and we are thankful that you have consistently supported us. The university is thankful for the support Governor Albert Bryan Jr. provided in the budget he submitted to this body for the university for FY 2022-2023. Yet we need the legislature's assistance in addressing a major challenge that the university is facing. As I indicated previously, the pandemic has not only impacted the university's enrollment and morale, but also its operating budget. In the past, we have been able to cover certain unfunded mandates by the local government through tuition revenue, budget cuts, and COVID funding. Our enrollment revenue is not at the same level as in previous years, and we are having to underwrite certain auxiliary functions so that our students' needs are met. The COVID federal funding is coming to an end and cannot cover all of the unfunded mandates that we have had to absorb. Increases in the GERS contribution, health insurance premium increases, and property insurance increases after the hurricanes have placed the university in a very vulnerable operating budget position. And though we anticipate internal budget reductions to balance the FY 23 budget, we need your assistance to reduce the amount of that budget reduction so that it will not have a very negative impact on our students and employees. Therefore, in addition to what has already been submitted to this body, we are requesting $2,324,260, which is the total of the items that I mentioned above. The breakdown of the university's 2022-23 budget request as submitted by the governor is as follows. General operating requirements, $27,805,458. Debt service, $3,992,205. SBDC local matching requirements, $300,000. Senior citizen tuition requirements, $100,000. Val-Sal scholarships, $150,000. The Center for Excellence in Learning and for Leadership and Learning, $100,000. Green Technology Center, $200,000. University Bound Program, $355,901. The ROTC program, $100,000. The VI Academic and Cultural Awards, $300,000. Social Work Program Accreditation, $80,000. John Brewer's Beach Maintenance and Security, $100,000. The Bachelor's in Science and Nursing degree program on the St. Croix campus, $400,000. The Virgin Islands Caribbean Culture Center, $150,470. The Hospitality and Tourism Program, $459,345. The Agriculture, Science, and Aquaponics Program, $989,912. The Master's in Program in Social Work on the AAS campus, $615,502. The Summer Bridge Program, $115,000. The Labor Force Survey, $110,000. The Congressional Scholarship Program, $150,000. VI EPSCoR Matching, $250,000. The School of Education, Department of Education, Early Childhood Education Partnership and Professional Development, $27,500, bringing the total amount submitted to $36,851,293. The sum of $27,805 is for general operations. This includes salaries and benefits for regular and temporary employees, as well as operating expenditures in accordance with the provisions of Title 17, Chapter 33 and 35 of the Virgin Islands Code. Appendix 1 provides details of the university's fiscal year 2021-22 operating budget, inclusive of revenues and expenditures as of June 30th, 2022. We are truly appreciative of the Senate's support and ask that you continue to partner with us in offering new programs that you know are needed in the territory. We are presently working with Senator Sarro to develop a program to address the limited number of real estate appraisers and surveyors in the territory. We are also working with the Office of Disaster Recovery and the Department of Labor to add certificates, associates, and bachelor degree programs that meet the workforce needs in the Virgin Islands. We do this despite facing enormous financial challenges because it is a fundamental part of our mission and vision. We will continue to be a beacon of educational excellence and innovation for this government and its people. But we do need the continuing and enhanced support of the Senate to fulfill our mission in these challenging times. I thank you for the time and opportunity provided today and for listening patiently to my thoughts and the challenges and achievements of the university. I look forward to addressing your thoughtful questions and want to sincerely thank you for your support.
Thank you, Dr. Hall, for your testimony. I'd like to recognize Senator Noel Francis, who have joined us, Senator Javan James, and Senator Carla Joseph. Thank you all for coming. We're going to begin with 6-minute round, beginning with Senator Blyden. 6 minutes. Senator Blyden, Mike. Okay, Senator Blyden's mic. Committee stands in recess for 1 minute. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Before I go to Senator Blyden, I neglected to recognize Senator Angel Bolquist, who has been here from the beginning of this morning meeting. So thank you, Senator Bolquist, for coming. Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Dr. Hall, and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for that testimony. Before I go into the post-out report, because this is a budget hearing, I just want to ask a couple of quick questions in respect to your testimony. You spoke to the financial challenges due to the policies, the COVID policies you had implemented, and you spoke to loss of housing funds and auxiliaries, and you also spoke to being able to assist individuals with free housing at the same time, tuition assistance, and even some debt cancellation. I want to thank you for that, for being creative and assuring that you utilize those funds, because many agencies and entities do not utilize the fund, and that's what they're there for, to help in a time of need. So I want to commend you for that. Let me ask you though, in terms of your testing, and you said that you don't have exceptions for the students. What about those staff that left? Are they going to have an opportunity to come back because where we're at right now, and when it comes to testing, because I think testing is critical, in terms of knowing your status. Yeah. So what's your stance on that in terms of the employees that we have lost?
Yeah, the policy as passed only applies to students in regards to them coming back. Excuse me, as I indicated, for employees, we're at 100% compliance. And those individuals who left, there is no open position. I mean, we had to fill those positions once those individuals left us. So going forward, any employee would have to be vaccinated until the board changes that policy. We have not had a problem hiring individuals because of the vaccination requirement, but we have had a challenge getting more students to enroll because of it.
Okay, very well. So you're at 100%. You don't have any vacancies?
Oh, we have vacancies, but I'm just saying that it's not necessarily the ones that people left.
I will get to that. Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to the post-out report. Ms. King, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. Well, thank you.
Okay, let's go to page 14 of 42. Page 15, really. The $1.5 million for 11 construction, October 20th to September 21st. All these contracts have expired? Or, first of all, because they all have the same date, first of all, the contract terms. Have they expired or not, number one, and number two? If not, what the time frame for them? And number three, what is it for, the $1.5 million? What is it for?
I'm sorry, so you're referring to page 15?
Yes, 15. 15.
And you said 11 construction?
Yeah, the $1.5 million. What was that money used for?
My table shows a $4.5 million amount, and that is for the construction on the simulation center on the St. Croix campus. Okay,
and that was expended, right? All of it, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, no, I'll leave that page alone because it's showing October to September 21. And the amount seems to be different from yours. So if we can get a resubmission on this page, I'll appreciate it, okay? Let's go to, I want to go to the federal grants. That's where I want to go. Page 16. Let's start from page 16. Okay. You have $2.3 million, right? U.S. Department of Agriculture. Mm-hmm. Purpose community service. How much of that have been expended thus far? And what type of community service are you speaking to?
2 minutes.
These are grants that are allocated to the cooperative extension service programs that are running annually. And these cover not only salaries for the employees, but also community services to include agriculture, small agriculture, planning, housekeeping needs, and the like. And
all of these grants are on an annual basis?
Yes, those are annual allocations.
Okay, very well. I want to ask, in respect to the SBDC, the CARES Act, the 1.127, what are those funds used for in terms of small businesses, etc.?
Those were used to assist small businesses in the territory that were impacted by COVID, and that program is still continuing.
And also on page 18, the 14.5 million and the 14.1 million for the Medical Research and Training Center and the other one for the Stimulation Center. Those have been expended also?
The first amount for the Stimulation Center is pretty much expended. That's the facility that President Hall spoke about that was just completed. The other portion of it is for the St. Thomas campus, where we are building a Medical Research and Training Center, and that process has just started about 2 months ago.
So, any of it has been expended thus far?
Yes, we've been drawing on those funds.
How much have we drawn on thus far for the St. Thomas Center?
For St. Thomas, we are still working through a legal matter with respect to a mortgage release, which should be, we have received a copy of the release, and the original should be coming in the mail shortly to relieve that situation so we can start a drawdown process.
Okay, let's go to the local grants. The 14,500, which is not much for the John Brosby, the bathroom and beach maintenance, is that sufficient? Because I know there's been an increase in traffic down there, etc. Is that enough?
We are receiving right now $100,000 total. And of course, we could always do it more because right now the security is limited to Wednesday through Sunday. So there are a number of days for which the security is not, we're not able to provide security. So we made a determination to allow for the days when there's not much beachgoers on the beach.
So what does that number look like in terms of assuring that the amount is enough to make sure we have proper security down there?
From my recollection, we are estimated about $30,000 a year to cover security. The other portion of the funds are to deal with the daily cleaning of the restrooms and the landscaping and other maintenance needs.
And in closing, Mr. Chair, if I can, finally, the $3 million for the financial aid when it comes to the free tuition program, how much of that fund we expend on an annual basis?
That fund goes to tuition as well as to assist with student success needs, tutoring and the like. And so right now, I think we are about close to $1 million. But with the extension that President Hall just spoke about, we hope to expand it in the fall so that more students are able to access those funds.
But at the same time, I just want to let you know, and I will be speaking with you in respect to that fund, I have also put in legislation to add the excess of those funds for the Skills Center because many individuals who graduate from the high school, some of them want to go to the Skills Center and learn a trade also, and for many young men and women who have dropped out or fall by the wayside, we need to make sure and assure that they too have an opportunity to learn a skill or a trade so they can be involved in the rebuilding of this territory. So I'm just letting you know, there's a bill coming for that, and I think it's gonna benefit all parties involved when it comes to our community. So thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Can you expand a little bit on your enrollment numbers? What's the enrollment this year, freshmen, new students?
Do you have the exact number? Yeah, because we don't have, this is registration week, so we don't have final numbers of what our students will be. Last year, our overall enrollment was 1,656. And our goal is to certainly increase that for this fall. But until we get through this week and classes start on Monday, then we won't know for sure whether we have seen the type of increase that we are hoping for.
What is it thus far in terms of individuals that have been accepted and has committed?
Okay.
Good morning, Camille McHale, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs. Head count as of yesterday was 1320, and for fall 2022 we have, it was 1320, and that's all that have pre-registered or registered so far.
Okay. And last year, our total numbers after registration and everything were
1,656.
You think we're going to meet those numbers this year?
I'm hoping so, because we have to. It creates an even greater financial challenge. But unfortunately, a lot of our students wait until the last point in time to register. So we'll know in a week, but we are working hard to meet those numbers.
Okay. And I wanted to put that on the record because through legislation, this body passed a free tuition act, so individuals from high school in the Virgin Islands, any high school, have the option of going to the University of the Virgin Islands for free. And by this time, you would have think that that would have boosted the enrollment tremendously because you have an option to go to school free. So we really got to get that out there. Individuals in the community that say, well, there are no options for children, for students. There are options. There is this free tuition program, and it needs to be taken advantage of. Senator, you have a point of information, Senator? Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In respect to the chair's question when it comes to students' enrollment, what do you know the number in terms of how many have lost since last year? What's that number look like?
Well, since last year, we don't know what that number is because we're going through it. But we know over time that we have gone from say right before the hurricanes of 2,400 to the 1,656. So the hurricanes took about 500 students from us. Free tuition brought us back up. The first year we implemented, but then the pandemic has eroded those numbers down to where we are. So we have developed a 3-year plan for reversing that trend and getting back up to the pre-hurricane numbers. And it's going to take a lot. Free tuition is a part of it, but there's a lot more we have to do to get back to where we were before the hurricanes occurred.
But the plan is the good place to start. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blythe. And Senator Wilquist, you recognize.
Thank you, Chairman. Greetings and salutations to one and all. Good morning, Dr. Hall and administrative leadership of the University of the Virgin Islands. I will be probing the post-auditor's report, pages 5 through 9. I'm looking for variances between your fiscal years 22 and 23. I'm noticing that there's a decrease in senior citizens tuition. In 22, it was 240,000. It's now down to 100,000. May I ask why?
That was not through any effort of the institution, but I believe in the budget markup, that was a product of that process.
Understood. Also, I see a jump in the master's program in social work from 265 to 615.
Yeah, that came about because when the legislatures provided the initial support, we had an estimate of what it would take to obtain accreditation. As we went through the process, it became clear that those funds were not sufficient. And so we came back last year and asked for an increase. That increase was provided. As many of you know, we had our first graduates from that program this past year in May, and those funds were essential for us to hire the additional faculty members, and they will be even more essential when the accreditors come back for the final accreditation stage.
Thank you. I did also see that in the previous fiscal years, there was no mention of a feasibility study. I apologize. In 2023, projected on the post-auditor's report, you have a feasibility study, but you didn't mention it in your testimony. Is there a reason why?
And page number? Page number, Senator.
One moment, Chairman. Page number 6.
Okay.
Is that for construction management?
For 100,000.
Construction.
Yes, this is the one for the degree in construction management. Are you referring to that one?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we have completed that analysis. The feasibility study is completed. We are working through some of the budget aspects of it. So we will have to come back to this body to indicate the results of the feasibility study, which were positive, but we also have to come back with a funding request for that program. So there was no need to continue to fund feasibility. It's now a point either it'll be funded permanently or it will not. So the governor took that out, and we support that because we finished the feasibility study.
Understood. And can we have a copy of that study?
You certainly
Through the chair
can.
to
We are just finalizing the budget request numbers, and we can definitely submit the entire report to this body.
Thank you. I also saw that there's a jump in the number of, on page number 6, in the area of exhibit number 3. There was some jumps in travel from 30,000 to 232,000.
Where is it? Do you see that?
Page number 6, post auditor's report.
What line are we looking at?
Okay, I see what you're talking about.
Page 6, closer to the bottom of the page.
Yeah, if I may respond, yes, the university, during the pandemic, we were clearly not doing much travel for professional development, but now that we are pretty much getting back to a normal sense of operations, we are projecting that will increase.
Okay, understood. Rental machines, page 7, 134,000.
Yes, we do use rent machines, equipment particularly for maintenance of facilities. And now that we are bringing back more facilities online that were damaged by the hurricane, we do anticipate that going back up.
Okay. In page 8, we have a
2 minutes.
UVI hotel management program. Does that still exist?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'm seeing that there was an allotment for 100,000, but it's blank now, and I think that's based on the distribution of the allotment. So you haven't distributed any money this year, correct? To that program.
We have received allotments of $344,495 to date.
But none has been distributed.
Yes, it has.
Oh, it has. How much?
The 344,000. So the amount allocated was 459,349. 345 was the allotment, but to date we received 344, and the balance is 114,580.
Okay. And the foster care tuition subsidy was at 10,000 prior, and it's blank now. How much of that?
Yes, that was. But the assumption here is that those students would be eligible for free tuition, and so thus that was eliminated.
Okay. On the page 9, previously you had 438 employees in the last fiscal year. You now have 422. And I see that the part-time overload was at 1,224,166. And it's still at the same numbers. Is that just a general amount to cover, or does it fluctuate between the amount of employees that you have?
That is a projected amount to cover, and so it can fluctuate, but that is the amount we set aside to cover that activity.
Okay. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolquist. Dr. Hall, what's your total ask? What are you requesting in total?
The total ask would be a combination of the amount that was sit down, and I want to have the numbers in front of me. I apologize.
The 36.
No, it's not 36 million. There's testimony said that there was a need for some additional fund, and that's what I'm asking us to.
And
what is the total?
And I appreciate you raising it. The additional funding will be added to the bottom line. So we are asking for an addition.
39.1 million.
39.1?
Yes.
Which would be the 36,851,293 plus the 2,324,260?
That is correct.
Okay. And that is on page 6 of his testimony, page 6 and 7 of Dr. Hall's testimony. Dr. Hall, in reference, I know that we have lost a tremendous amount of students. The Virgin Islands population have decreased some 20,000, but we did expect that the free tuition would balance those numbers. In this endemic stage, you think it's still necessary with the testing and everything else, or do we just need to treat it as an endemic and put the word out that students can apply to the University of the Virgin Islands so that we can continue to grow the facility?
Yeah. Well, it's an excellent question. I think we are still trying to be cautious about the virus and not assume that it's all behind us. The testing option, we don't believe is burdensome. We're not doing it every day. It is at the beginning of the academic year and then on a monthly basis. We can't believe that students would see that as a reason not to come to college. But we're going to monitor this fall semester, and if it turns out that that is still a barrier to students coming to the university, then I certainly would ask the board to re-examine it. But this is, I mean, those students who are already vaccinated, they are not using this as a barrier. So the only thing that would stand in the way is a student who is unvaccinated, who for whatever reason choose not to be tested. And so in consultation with the Department of Health, our belief is that that's not a burden, and it's balancing the fact that there still are some risks. Having the vaccination requirement kept the university very safe during this past year. We had very few.
At the beginning of the period of dealing with COVID, I mean, we went through that phase of trying to make sure that everything is protected. I'm just now looking at this endemic stage and the way that the rest of the world is really dealing with endemic. They have lift face masks for planes, et cetera, and I'm just wondering, you could get COVID anytime. I could test negative today and get it tomorrow. You know, so I'm just thinking as to whether or not we just need to just move on and put the responsibility on those individuals that are coming to the university to remain safe. You know, because whether you test every month or not, you could still get it in the period between the next testing date and it's not even reported. So I think we need to put the onus on the students and let them come and let's boost our enrollment. I'm very scared by the numbers. I'm very scared. We have never been this low from the 80s. So we really got to be aggressive in terms of bumping up the numbers. Senator DeGraff. Point of inquiry, Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Chairman. Question to Dr. Hall. Concerning testing, will the testing be conducted through the funding from the COVID funding, or is it coming directly from your budget?
It is coming directly from the university. We have expended just about all of our COVID funding. We have some left, and we're going to use that to help balance our budget in some ways this coming year. But we understand that we can't pass the testing on to the Department of Health. They have done that in the past, but have indicated they can't continue to do massive testing. So that's something we will have to absorb as well, and we've agreed to do that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolquez. I also want to welcome Senator Janelle Sarro. Thank you for attending. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. October 7th for Blake. Invitations went out, everything already?
I don't think the invitations have gone out, but we have confirmed that date with him, and we have gotten the signs developed, and we are ready to use that date to do the naming.
Good. I'll be there bright and early.
Good.
In regards to now your personnel, in your testimony, you mentioned that you had a 4% raise pool. What does that mean? That your classified employees. How many classified employees do you have?
Yeah. We have overall about 450 full-time employees, and we used the funding that came from this body last year to create a 4% raise pool for all employees. We also used some of that funding to increase our part-time faculty rate, which had not been increased for quite some time. So that was a very important.
Also, did unclassified employees receive wage increases?
All full-time employees.
Yeah, all full-time employees.
Okay, classified, unclassified.
Yes.
Okay, so now you have unionized employees.
We do. Our faculty our teaching faculty are unionized.
So the 4% in their negotiations, how does that work? Because with them, those set of employees have to negotiate through their unions. How does 4% pool play into the wage increases for them?
No, excellent question. We were operating with them under a 2-year collective bargaining agreement, which was the first one. The agreement only called for a 1.5% salary increase. But since we had received enough to provide 4% for all other employees, we felt it fair to do the same for the unionized faculty. We are now negotiating a new 3-year collective bargaining agreement with the teaching faculty, and we have not reached an agreement on that. We had gone quite a while since the prior salary pool, and thus we wanted to support all employees, unionized, non-unionized, at the same level.
No, I got you on that. Like I say, for me, you don't have to convince me on giving wage increases. I believe if people come to work, pay them. Classified, unclassified, unionized, non-unionized. You have any GS employees?
GS.
No? Okay. Okay, so in regards to the 4% pool that you're stating, I hope it doesn't cause a conflict in the next set of negotiations that they'll be doing, because you said 1.5% is what you're looking at. You have a 4% pool. You can't give them more than a 1.5%. So what do you do with the rest money?
No, again, that was an agreement that had been entered into long before we knew that we would obtain the 4% pool. So even though, according to the agreement, we were only legally bound to provide a 1.5, we still provided the 4% to the unionized faculty. This was this was last fall.
So would they have received also steps?
We don't have a
2 minutes.
You don't have a step.
We don't have a step system.
Okay, and like I said, I just wanted to make sure I get that clear, because again, people have been working for a long time and just deserve. Now, the infrastructure of the University of Virgin Islands as a whole, I know there are some new buildings being built on the St. Croix campus. St. Thomas campus, we have the nursing facility, but the overall facilities that the employees have to work in, what is the status of those with your capital outlay that you have? Yeah. Because you have some old facilities that people are working in.
Yeah, no doubt. And that has been an ongoing issue of having enough in our plant fund to rehabilitate and renovate some of our long-standing existing buildings. The recovery from the hurricanes is addressing some of that. For example, our business building will come online. Our marine science building, which was badly damaged, will come online this fall. But we still have buildings that were not damaged as a part of the hurricane that still need maintenance and support. And we have never had enough to address that appropriately. So we have made requests for a larger plant fund so that we can do that. But unfortunately, we have not received that. So we continue to do the best we can with the existing buildings that are not part of the hurricane restoration.
So in your wish list that I was listening to, you didn't include that?
No, we did not, mainly because we have to be sensitive to priorities. The the 2,324,000 addition is just to address those kind of fundamental recurring things. The GERS increase that we didn't get support from, the health insurance increases for the last few years, we didn't get any support. So we've had to absorb that. The property insurance increase. Those things are going to keep coming, whether we like it or not. So I was prioritizing the things that I know we have to pay. And if we don't, then I have to spread that loss across all of the schools and colleges, and that would be devastating. Okay. So if there was more funding besides what we've just asked for, then the point you're raising, the plant fund so we can restore more buildings, would certainly be on that list.
In closing, Mr. Chair, then what I'd like you to do for me is the buildings, the facilities that your employees are currently working in, do an assessment. So we may not come up with all the money wanted, because for the last couple of budget cycles, you've asked for this plant fund, additional monies. I don't want to have the employees, because when the employees work in a negative environment, it spews negativity. And that could be probably one of the issues why we don't have the enrollment itself expanding. So if the employees are taken care of, then it will trickle down to the community to say, hey, then I'll go to this school. Yes. So let's look at that for going forward for the future. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Graff. Before I go to Senator Francis, Ms. King, I know here in the post report is showing on page 5, Personnel Services, the actual for 2020 was 30.3 million. 21 is showing 34.6. What's the amount expended to date for 22 when it comes to Personnel Services?
Expended to date?
Yes.
I would say we have expended about 75% of that amount.
75%?
So about 30 million, yes.
About 30 million. Let me ask you quickly too also, in respect to the vacancies, let me go back to that. How many vacancies do we have at this time at the university?
We have a total of 46 positions.
46?
As of the end of July.
How many of those positions are considered critical in terms of professors, etc.?
We have approximately 10 to 12 faculty positions in that group.
Okay. And then that's why I'm going to go back to what my statement, because if we are at a point now where we know more about the science, we know we have passed the pandemic stage, we're at the endemic stage, and we are allowing testing for the students. I believe we should allow testing for the faculty and staff also in that regard, because as stated, any of us can catch a disease at any moment, but testing is critical. Whereas once you're tested, you know your status. Status is important for everyone, whether you're vaccinated like I am or not. Once you know your status, we're all safe, we're all safer. So I would ask you to reconsider in terms of your faculty and staff, because our university is critical, it's important, it's an important part of our society, and we must be able to allow and assure that we are fully staffed and that the students come back and we really move forward as a society. So that's just my 2 cents, okay? Senator Francis, you're recognized for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the University of the Virgin Islands, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Dr. Hall, I want to first of all thank you for always acknowledging the work that's done by the Virgin Islands Legislature to support and contribute to your overall experience with moving the institution forward. I believe that a lot of times we see agencies that come before us and there's no recognition that in fact they're working with the legislature working with them. Also, in respect to the simulation center ribbon cutting, again, that's historic. I was happy to be a part of that ribbon cutting ceremony and the overall upstart of the medical simulation center. In regards to the School of Nursing, I know that you mentioned that there's an RFP out, and someone was already selected for that. Who's the contractor that have been hired to do the School of Nursing?
Renee Diadamo is her name. Architectural Engineering Incorporated.
Renee. Very well. And do you have a timeline in which have been established for that?
Yeah, it is. We have some preliminary timelines. As I indicated, we hope that her drawings will be ready so that we can go out to bid in November of this year, late November of this year. We hope that we can select a contractor at the beginning of 2023, and it's a one-year project for construction. I caution only because every building project that we have had recently, we get commitments from contractors for a particular time period, but there have consistently been delays because of the supply chain shortage and everything else, but that's our present working time frame.
Very well, no fault of theirs, because that's an issue throughout, even for residential properties as well. We are challenged by the availability of supplies. In regards to the vaccination mandate, I know that I heard you mention that there is some modification have been made for the students. Is there any consideration for modification for the faculty and staff as well?
Yeah. As I said previously, Senator, that was not part of the board's change, mainly because, number one, all of our employees are vaccinated now. We have hired quite a number of employees throughout the year since the requirement was in place. We have not had problems hiring individuals who are vaccinated. That has not stood in the way. Going back to an earlier point, we only lost 2 full-time faculty members who would not comply with the vaccination requirement. So it's not as if that is the reason we have the 10 vacancies for the faculty. We often have 10 vacancies for faculty on an ongoing basis because people are leaving. There are others who we have who decide that they want to retire. So that's a kind of normal state. And so right now we don't have any evidence that that is creating a problem in hiring individuals. If that is an issue, I would be the first to bring it to our board and ask them to reconsider. But the evidence is that it's a barrier for students more so than it's a barrier for attracting employees.
2 minutes.
Very well. I accept that. In respect to Summer Bridge program that I've really continued to assist and support, especially with funding. Do you believe that the $115,000 is sufficient, one? And two, how much more can we get if we're able to provide some additional funding to support our Summer Bridge program?
Yeah. It is sufficient for now because, unfortunately, we are still seeing students have a reluctance because to live on campus, and our Summer Bridge is a residential program, students have to be vaccinated. And so that's still a barrier in regards to Summer Bridge. Once we get to a point where we are further beyond COVID, then yes, we could grow our numbers tremendously if we had more funding. And it is an extremely valuable program. But what we would need to think about is conducting it not as a residential program, but as a day program where students, regardless of whether they are vaccinated or not, can be tested and can participate. So additional funding allows us to bring in more students, and it does allow us to support more students, and I certainly appreciate your support and advocacy for that program in the past.
Very well. Maybe we could discuss a hybrid where we allow for both to coexist. Maybe just the full-time or residential as well as the daily thing. So we could have that discussion.
Okay.
In respect to investing into the community, though, in terms of brainstorming some additional demand profession or investment that could be made, or brought in by the university. Have you considered? I know, for example, Kaplan College has a rigorous SAT program that's very costly. Is there something that's being considered by UVI in respect to additional investment that could be made in the community where you could be able to again increase the funding coming into UVI?
Time.
If I understand your question clearly, Senator, and I'm not sure I do, but we are often looking at.
Let me restate.
Okay.
Let me restate it before I go down there. Well, what I'm asking is whether or not there are some opportunities out there that you could, some low-hanging fruits that perhaps the university could be able to raise additional funds, similar to a rigorous SAT program, for example. I know that you tried the online school, but is there anything else that you're considering or UVI is broach to at least bring in some additional monies to your coffers?
Yes. We are always looking at ways in which we can generate more revenue. Our Vice President for Business Development and Innovation is often exploring contracting opportunities for us to provide services to governmental agencies, to other private institutions so that we can bring revenue in. And we are doing even some of that in the broader Caribbean as well. So there are some specific efforts under that office that is specifically geared at trying to bring more revenue to the university.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I heard my time call. I just have one follow-up question.
You may proceed.
Dr. Hall, in respect, I know that we have had some discussion in the past regarding a dental assistance program, a dental hygienist program, and/or is there any further consideration for the establishment of such a program within UVI?
You are correct. We had those discussions, and we were working at one time with former Senator Nellie O'Reilly around that topic, but we never saw that there was support for it or a specific legislation to create it. So on our own, that is not something that we are in a position to spearhead. As you can imagine, continuing work around the medical school has been a major priority. So we're not opposed to pursuing that. There's evidence based on some information we have obtained that there is a need in the territory, but that's not an initiative that we can take on by ourselves. But if the legislature is interested in doing a feasibility study, pursuing that, we would certainly be open to that exploration, working with you as partners.
Thank you very much. I know several of us were interested in that and had worked with former Senator O'Reilly, and I'll certainly take on the responsibility to contact you and further the discussion. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time and the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Javon James, you recognize.
Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. I see where you have the hospitality and tourism initiative that you're doing here, and I see that you're seeking $459,345. As far as the amount of individuals who have came forward in the past year, do you have that information with you? And the reason why I'm asking you that question, as you know, I love my people, I love our people, but we need to improve on customer service all across government and even in the private sector. Can you speak to the success of that program and how many individuals came forward?
Yeah, I would like to address it broadly, but the Dean of the School of Business is present, and she would have more specific information if you would allow her to speak. But in general, the hospitality program has been extremely successful. And before
you get to her,
okay,
is the government of the Virgin Islands taking truly advantage of this program, and which agencies?
Well, it is a program that is training students. It's providing them with a bachelor's degree so they can go out and be leaders in the hospitality industry. So far, we are not providing training, say, to governmental agencies around hospitality. That might be a project we could take on, but right now it is a degree program, attracting students, training them, and allowing them to go out and work in the hospitality arena.
Understood. So if you can have the individual briefly explain to me how many individuals have enrolled. The short version, please.
Yes. Briefly, Dean Harris.
Yes, good morning again, everyone. There, as of spring 2022 semester, there were 44 students enrolled in the hospitality program. And with respect to the question that was raised relative to the territory and the community, one of the things the business school is instituting this academic year across all the disciplines is that all of the disciplines are going to have advisory committees. And those committees will in part will include individuals from the community, from the industry. So that will help in part to address some of the question regarding how we are utilizing the program to assist others in the community.
Thank you so much. And I see here where we have the Congressional Scholarship Program of $150,000. I'm very happy to know that we have a program of that nature. It speaks to having UVI students participate in internships, academic courses, and even collaborating with agencies in Washington, D.C. Can you speak to me about enrollment when it comes to that program and the success of that program?
Yes. We have partnered with the Washington Center, which is in Washington, D.C., and we send students there every summer, and they participate as interns, not only with Congress, but also with other governmental agencies. It's a very popular program. I don't have the exact numbers of how many.
We had 8.
We've had eight students who participated in this past or participating this summer. And that is about the average each summer of the number of students who go to DC.
And why is the number always that as an average? Is it because of funding?
Yeah. Yes.
So let's say we want to double that. How much funding would we need? I guess what, $300,000?
Yes. Yeah.
The reason why I'm asking
2 minutes.
I want to make sure that the UVI is used as an incubator for future leaders, and to make sure that we create that environment where we can get the next delegate to Congress, whatever the case may be. So let's see. I'm not sure. I'm not making any promises, but I would like for us to double that number. 8 to 9 individuals, that's a very low number. So let's make it broader, because if I'm not mistaken, that's like 4 individuals from each district. And I know we have more bright minds out there, so let's push for that, please. So colleagues, let's take that into consideration. And I see you have the feasibility study of Associate of Arts degree in construction management. As you know, the administration made mention that in the next 5 to 7 years, construction will be one of the many ways we will be depending on when it comes to our revenues. Yes. So as far as $100,000, how you came up with that number? What assessment was conducted? What was factored in?
Yeah, that was factored into just to do the feasibility study. And it proved to be sufficient because we have now completed the feasibility study. We'll be presenting it to this body in the near future. We are also working closely with the Office of Disaster Management to figure out what other programs are needed to address all of the construction and rebuilding that will be happening in the territory. So we utilized those funds, and it turned out that that amount was sufficient, and I look forward to submitting the full proposal to this body.
And do you see, while you're working on that we can create a pipeline between the St. Croix Career and Technical Education Center for them to be able to transition right next door to UVI?
That is certainly possible. We have not flushed out how the program would actually operate and what it will be connected to. But it is certainly remember, this is an associate's program, so students would have to finish their high school work and then move into that program in order to move into the field.
And I hear you, but hear what I'm saying. The St. Croix Career and Technical Center, the St. Croix Educational Complex, is right next door. As the students go to school every morning, their end goal should be, as I go to learn a trade, of course, not every single one is college bound, but their vision should be like right next door. That's where I want to be in associate's program when it comes to this construction management program. So those conversations need to be had. And I think you want to say something, Mr. Chair. She can finish. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Proceed.
Yes, good morning again, Camille McHale, Provost. So in the feasibility study, we looked at both an associate degree as well as a certificate program. And that is to address what you're saying, which is some persons mightn't think they want an associate, but come in for a certificate, and it would be stackable, in which a certificate courses can be used towards the associate. And yes, you're correct. We do need to work with any program that currently exists in the schools. But we do have associates as well as certificate construction management programs laid out.
Thank you. And we do need both, so I'm glad that you're moving in that direction. Welcome, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, committee member. Senator Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good morning to the testifiers. A pleasant good morning to our listening and viewing audience. I just want to follow up quickly on the questions from the previous senator regarding the construction management. I've worked a number of years training young people to earn certification in that career pathway. And it would be beneficial for us to look at how much you are anticipating would be the budget to implement that program. And if you can submit that information through the chair, do not take up my time. He's a stickler for the time. That would be helpful for us to plan and to move forward with a level of urgency, because there is a great need for it, and it is a demand-driven industry right now in the Virgin Islands. Now, I would like to focus on my other questions relative to your budget. Now, I noted in your budget you had some, and I'm on page 12 of 43 of the post-audit report specifically. Now, I'm looking at the foster care tuition subsidy, and you have zero for there. And I know with foster care, that's one of our at-risk demographics, because once they've aged out of foster care, they don't have a home to live in. They're really on their own. And I wanted to get from you if you have had any enrollees who aged out of foster care, and how are you looking at that? Because I know they would be possibly eligible to participate in the free tuition program, but have you also looked at other persons who may not be eligible? I know I believe we amended the bill to also include person from programs. Some students may have earned their high school degree through online, and they may not have graduated from a public school setting. Have we looked at any of that?
First of all, we did not take this out. This was taken out at the governor's level. So it would fully support if there were additional funds. The operating assumption, I believe, at that level was that free tuition would cover the cost of attending. I think you're pointing at the fact that these students may have other needs besides just tuition.
They will need a housing because they no longer have a place, and it adds to our homeless population.
No doubt.
Okay, so that's one mechanism we could utilize. and it would be beneficial for us to know and get some numbers from you if you have encountered that. And that would also include the summer bridge program, because of course the university is the only post-secondary institution, and we all know why we are sitting here, because education was the greatest equalizer, and to provide the opportunity for those young people who are aging out of foster care. Now, I do have some follow-up questions relative to your budget and your debt service. Follow me kindly to page 9 of the post-audit report. When do these loans and notes mature? You have a note here that is payable in 1994 to the U.S. Department of Education, the water distribution system at $150,568. When would that note mature? And the other note to the HBCU
2 minutes.
loan.
Good morning, Shirley Lake King. Those two notes are both 30-year notes. And so the 1994 was due to expire next year, 2024. However, the university has since paid that debt, and so that was paid a few months ago.
Okay, so this is no longer, and it would no longer be included in your debt service now. Okay, that's correct?
That's correct.
So we're going to reduce this 3.9 million by 150?
No. Remember, we're just getting ready to go out for a school, an entire new building for the School of Nursing. So reduction is not what we need here.
So is it, Dr. Hall, included in any of your capital outlay or capital improvement, that savings that you now have? Is that where you're going to switch the money towards?
Yes, and because we don't have the exact cost of what the debt will be for the School of Nursing, because we have to first get the project bid and then go through a financing process.
Okay, so this $150,000 is going to be part of your seed money.
Well, that's a small amount for what this building is going to cost us.
Okay, but it could start things happening. Okay, sure. I'm not going to delve into that. But now let's go to the HBCU loan. When does that mature?
So that has a 30-year life. We did engage in that loan in 2019, so that's still 2049 would be the
okay. 2049. And do you get any interest or anything? What is your interest rate on your debt service? Do you have that? Are you looking to refinance? I mean, it was a good time to refinance when the interest was low. And you're not considering that, correct?
Time.
Well, when we did these loans, they were, particularly HBCU, we were about 2.3%, but that was before the interest rate started to climb. So we are still hoping to get a favorable rate when we do the financing on the nursing building.
Okay, thank you so much. I heard that my time was called, and I'm not going to abuse my time here today. Thank you so much, and please keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Fred Gregory, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. Just very quickly, I want to go back to the foster. What is it? Is it the foster care, the foster
tuition subsidy?
Foster tuition subsidy, yes. That the good senator discussed earlier. I remember that it was discussed in this body, and we were the ones that removed it, because when we asked the University of the Virgin Islands, I want to say it's last budget cycle, the discussion, we asked how many, what was the enrollment? Mm-hmm. And I think at the time it was 0, and we asked you to go back and look at the previous years, and the enrollment did not show that we should have that subsidy. That's my recollection. So I want to make sure that we put it on the record and we don't provide information that's not so accurate around exactly what happened with that particular program.
I stand corrected.
If you all have the enrollment data, if you have the enrollment data as to the foster, the students who are in foster care, then we would be in a better position to make a decision. But I know that you did not have any students at the time.
And that part is correct. This
Okay.
has not been an issue. I think this funding came about not because of something we requested, but I think it came from a senator at the time.
Okay.
And we just have not seen students using it and taking
Thank you.
advantage of it.
So that's why I'm saying that should have been your response to the senator. It was taken out because the funds were not being used, because that's really what the reality is on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Dr. Hall, can you speak a little bit more about the nursing facility on St. Croix, the building that you're trying to construct, the status?
Yes, the status is that we did an RFP. We received for the design, which is the first stage. We've had conversations with the School of Nursing about what their needs are. As you know, the facilities that presently exist are temporary module facilities. Our goal is to double the space that nursing presently has in this new facility. The site will be close to the Medical Simulation Center towards the front of the campus. We are hoping that the design process will be finished so that by late November, we can submit the bid for construction, and we are looking forward to really improving the quality of facilities for our nursing students and staff and faculty, because it's long overdue, and we thankful for the support we've received for this body to be able to pursue that. Ms. Narita Washington is online. She has been taking the lead in that process, so she may even have more specifics about the timeline for the next phases of this project. We anticipate going to the Department of Ed, HBCU funding program. That's been the best source for us in the past. So once we get construction bids in and we know the price, then that would be the source for financing for the university.
And you expect that this project is going to cost well over $3 million?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Point of inquiry, Senator Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question on page 11 of 43 of the post-audit report regarding the number of students enrolled in the Senior Reserve Officers Training Corps. You have $100,000 allotted to that. How many students do you have currently enrolled in that program?
I don't.
Yes,
And if you could provide that.
I thought you was going to ask a question that was germane to the conversation.
Well, this is budget, and these questions
Yeah, but I
are
would have given you
germane.
that right after we
Okay,
were.
thank you.
Before we
Thank
go to
you
the next
kindly.
senator.
It is a budgetary question. Thank you.
That's not the point, Senator. It's a point of inquiries. But go ahead and answer the question.
Yeah, I don't have exact numbers on that. How much?
25.
25 is the number.
Thank you so much, Senator Sorrow. You recognize.
Thank you and good morning to all. Before I begin, Dr. Hall, thank you for promptly responding to my emails, inquiry for funding the appraiser, survey, and architectural engineering program through UVI Cell, because that's important that we build capacity. And my next mission will be the Caribbean history and political science component, because, you know, in a region where you have so many post-colonial issues, I think that UVI can be one of the leading research institutions on those, you know, topics, even with our situation here.
Fully agree.
Yeah, and maneuvering the power structures that does keep us in that colonial state. Quickly, the premium pay for the eligible workers. I have a premium pay employee, a co-worker. I don't see him today, so I'll ask. Were we able to, your employees qualified at UVI for premium pay?
For premium pay? Is that the...
Shirley Lake King, yes, to the best of our knowledge, the university employees are eligible. We have provided OMB with a listing of those employees, and we are still discussing that process with them.
So you haven't been able to pay anything off for the premium pay?
The university has not received any funding to pay any employee.
Is there any disputes with your submittal to OMB?
I don't gather that. There seems to be a lack of, well, the person we were working with before at OMB is no longer there. So we're still trying to figure out who that next person is.
The turnover rate at OMB has impacted the process.
Yes, we are impacted by it.
Okay. All right. Just because I know some agencies did receive premium pay, and I wanted to know if your employees, because whether or not you had COVID or not, the institution still had to function, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I listened to the employees receiving the 4% increase. Let's go to the Cigna component now. Did you absorb the increase in the Cigna cost?
Yes, we did.
So that was transferred to the employee?
No. We have historically absorbed the majority of those increases. And because we had either COVID funding or tuition dollars to try to cover that, we did not pass it on. But unfortunately, because we will not have sufficient COVID fundings and our tuition revenue is down.
So it was passed on?
Well, we haven't passed it on, but we now have a deficit. And that's why we're coming to this body asking that we have support so we don't have to not only pass it on to employees, but that we don't have significant cuts across the various departments.
Okay, so this government absorbed roughly $16 million for Cigna. And what was your cost that you absorbed for Cigna?
Do we have?
So annual, we've been averaging about $130,000 that the employer portion has been carrying every year. There have been years when there was a small increase in the overall premium, and so the university absorbed 100%. But when they were, in the last year, we did about 60% of that increase, which is about $130,000. So every year we've had to carry an increase.
So the question I'm asking is that on the employer's check, did they see an increase in their insurance cost?
In this last fiscal year, yes, it was about $6 per biweekly.
Okay. So how does that impact if we gave them the 4% increase and then the insurance goes up? It's more like a wash, right?
Not
really?
No. The increase was more than $6.
Okay. So roughly on a person's paycheck, what would an increase look like? I see a mathematician to the end.
So it varies depending on the employee's compensation, but we did look, our test is always the employees, particularly in our physical plant areas with the lowest salary, just to make sure that we are not disenfranchising them with the insurance. So when we did the last salary increase, I want to say we did about
2 minutes.
On average, those employees receive about $1,000, and with a $6 per pay period, clearly we were not eroding that amount.
Now let's go to the compensation of staff. What does the plan look like to compensate staff at UVI who have attained a higher level of education?
Well, unless we receive funding, as we did last fiscal year or the present fiscal year that we're in, for salary increases, the only way, and when we do, we're able to do raises across the board. The only other way is when individuals are being promoted from one position to a higher position, then we have funding already for those individuals. But we do not have a standard fund that we could go to.
So you're unable, in short, just a quick synopsis, you're unable to actually compensate staff who receive a higher level of education because of funding shortages?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. That's something that we need to look into. What's your timeline on the Marine building? I spent the entire morning in the Youth Ocean Explorers program, walking by the sea urchins and everything else, and I had the time of my life. And I know that they need funding to continue. So I think that we will pledge to fund that program, and that would be your next generation of marine biologists. And I think the goal should actually be when they come through that program, that should be your feeder program to your marine program. So I hope that we are fully supporting that program. And I looked at the marine building and it's been under construction since Noah's Ark was built. So tell me, give me your timeline.
I am going to ask Ms. Lake King to give us the specific date, but you're right. It does feel like it's been under construction since the beginning of the world. But
we started construction, I want to say, was April of 2021. With a goal of finishing in a year. That facility has been facing some challenges with respect to materials. One of the delays has been the laboratory equipment that goes into that building. We are dealing with a company called Lock Scientific, and they have had delays in manufacturing those items. But right now, they are installing them. So we're hoping to have it completed in the fall semester.
So, well, my time has come, Mr. Chair.
You want to proceed with your question?
Okay, so with the marine program, are we locked into a contract with that company, or are we able to outsource and say, hey, you know, this is not working for us? Because to be under construction for so long, that impacts your academics. And that impacts the hands-on learning, the hands-on training. I can't imagine being an athletic program Division I athlete and we don't have a gym. That's the equivalent to it. So, you know, what's that conversation looking like so the marine program could really, really come off the ground and be, you know, go back to its glory?
Well, when we were constructing a building, we did have to find temporary location for those activities. So the science laboratories are housed right now in office trailers, which are right above the construction site. And the faculty were moved over into the sports and fitness center. And so there wasn't a total displacement, but clearly it was not the optimum place for them to be during this time. And yes, we're working with the contractor to complete that facility this fall. I want to say by October it should be done.
Okay. Mr. Chair, it's clear that we have some funding matters to address because receiving a higher level of education in an institution of higher learning, no funding to compensate them. Some of the programs, that cost for the insurance that was passed on to the employees. You know, a few things that we really need to address financially for the institution. Thank you for the latitude.
Thank you, Senator Sorrow. Senator DeGraff, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the same line of questioning, in regards to the individuals that worked at UVI who were terminated or who left because of the COVID situation, were they a part of who should have collected premium pay? And have their names been submitted if they were?
Yeah.
Yes, all employees who were on board, I think it's March 2020 to a period in time in 2021, they will be compensated when the program is, when the payments go up.
Even those released?
Yes,
okay,
we
good.
did include in our listing the employees who were under the census program because they had to go out even though there was the pandemic to do their work.
Okay, good. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I'd also like to recognize Senator Kenneth Gittins, who have joined us. Next, we have Senator Fred Gregory. We have already gone through everybody, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next.
I guess you want me to stop talking. No problem. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning again. So, let's talk about your enrollment challenges since my good millennial colleague spoke about this body needing to provide more resources. I think while we're always poised to do that, I think it's very important that we ensure that the university is doing everything in its power to ensure that we are increasing enrollment at the university. So let's talk about that a little bit. President Hall, what are the things that university is doing and what are your challenges? I mean, you talked about the pandemic, but so we're entering into a new school year. So what were those things that the university did during this summer and before to ensure that we were able to increase our enrollment? Because, of course, our revenues, our appropriations come from the same pot of revenues. So we have to share those funds. But when we have semi-autonomous entities or autonomous entities, we also need to ensure that they're doing all they can do to ensure that they lean less on our general fund dollars.
Yes. Thank you, Senator, for the question. Number one, during the summer in particular, we started a new program called Focus to Finish, which is that any student who has left us in the last few years who had a certain number of credit hours, we have reached out to them via phone, email, whatever communication vehicle we had available to encourage them to come back, to offer financial support via scholarships if they qualify for free tuition, to encourage them to do that. So that's been a specific outreach to individuals who have left us. Second, we, as I indicated earlier, have encouraged the board to change our free tuition policies so that we apply the free tuition first, which is the first institution to ever take that approach, so that students would have more money to deal with books, fees, housing, et cetera.
Correct.
And we've been marketing that, talking about it, et cetera. We have really been creating what we are calling an all-hands-on-deck approach to faculty, staff, and students reaching out to the community to encourage students to attend, reaching out to parents through open houses, et cetera. And we are certainly trying to do a better job marketing UVI and all that we have to offer so that more students will come to us. So we agree with you. We can't come here asking for support for everything, and especially loss of tuition.
Absolutely.
The things that we are specifically asking for are those what we're calling unfunded mandates.
So let me ask you, I don't want to cut you off, but
Sure.
let me ask you, because of course, you know, my time is running. Did you increase your tuition this past year?
For this year, we have not, but our plan is to do so going forward. I presented that to the board that for not for this starting academic year, but for the next academic year and the one after, we have to increase our tuition because.
So one would think, right, President Hall, that if you're ending in a deficit, that should be an immediate conversation, that you should be increasing your tuition, because in order for you to operate, and in the concerns that my colleagues have as it relates to the staffing and the insurance, et cetera, there is a cost to do business. And when you look at what our university charges compared to other universities, and I could tell you, because I have 4 of them that actually one attended the university, but it's very expensive. So we have to make those decisions. I mean, this body appropriated that $3 million annually. You need to figure out how to benefit from that in as much as possible. I would urge you to really, have that conversation with your board and move to looking at how to address the tuition.
2 minutes.
Because we have that $3 million. So it gives you an opportunity to get more of that money within that school year.
Yes, I agree. The only reason we didn't do it this year is our past practice has been to give students more notice before it goes up. And unfortunately, because there were only 3 board meetings during the year, we weren't able to get to it soon enough.
Did you look at how many of those students are benefiting from the free tuition program in your overall enrollment?
Yes.
Because that also helps you to make the decision, because then you get more of that money that's sitting in that bank, right?
We agree wholeheartedly with you.
Okay, just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Yes,
with
we
that.
do. We
Now
agree.
Let's talk about the social work enrollment. I see that we have $615,000 for the master's program in social work at the Albert Sheen campus. What is the enrollment on the social work program?
Okay.
And the reason why I'm asking is because we have a challenge with our Human Services Department and other agencies within the government.
Yes. We had our first 5 graduates this year. Do we have our overall enrollment?
I'm getting it.
Okay, so I can.
Yes, we'll come back
no
to
problem.
give you those numbers.
And then, and also the accreditation of the social work program status.
That's next to June 2023. You're on track.
I can respond to that question. They are on track to have that a visit in June of 2023.
So you still need the 80,000 that you had last fiscal year. You still need it in this fiscal year to get you to that.
Yes.
Okay, very well. The feasibility study of the Associate Arts Degree Construction Program, are those tied to federal funds, or that's appropriated in the miscellaneous section?
I didn't hear the latter part of that.
The Associates of Arts Degree in Construction Management?
Yes.
Is that funded by the local government, and what's the
Yes.
status?
It is funded by the local government. We have completed the feasibility study, which is why it's not a continuing funding source. We plan in the next week or so to submit that proposal here so that this body could consider if they want to have us put that in place.
Okay, my time has been called. But I have so many other questions, but I do see it projected in 2023, so that's something that we need to look at. My time has been called, but I have a whole lot of questions.
You may proceed on next one more, and then I'll see if I do a rapid round.
Under your supplies category, and of course, this is your overall appropriation, so you don't really have to provide us with a breakdown, but I'm seeing that you're asking the projections rather for FY 2023 is some $500,000 compared to 2021 of 105, and your expenditures as of April 30th of 2022 was only 22,000. So if you look at half the year, you're projected to spend about 60,000.
What page are you on?
I'm looking at the post-audit report, page 6. I'm sorry. Yeah, 8 more months. I see there's a significant increase in that category.
Going back to the activities that we are right now facing with respect to the restoration of our facilities, with more facilities coming back online, we do anticipate that those numbers going up. So that's a projection based on anticipated facilities coming online.
So you're saying that the 105 was a decrease for the prior years, to the prior years? In like 2021, are you saying that your numbers were at 4 something when you were at the full complement of your facilities prior to the storms?
I will have to go back and do a detailed breakdown as to
Okay.
the all other thing. That's where the difference comes in all other category.
Okay, because I see that there's a $3.6 million reduction that came through from the governor, and that's something that we need to flesh out a little further. But I don't want to abuse my time, so I will, if I need to have those conversations with you offline, I will. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator, is the Dean for the School of Social Work online?
There's a representative there, but she is listening, and I'm in touch with her.
Okay. In reference to the Masters in Social Work program and the government of the Virgin Islands, I asked the students, who asked members where were they doing internships, and I realized that most of them were with private entities, and I'm getting information that there have been a reluctance with Human Services and some of the other government entities to accept the student from the University of the Virgin Islands. Is that, in fact, what is happening?
I will get the information before.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Gittins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. Special good morning to the university team. I must say that I'm very happy this morning to hear so many of my colleagues inquiring about the premium pay. And I'm not actually clear on the response given to my Millennium colleague and St. Thomas regarding the premium pay, because this payment is for essential workers who worked during the pandemic, and if those employees worked during the pandemic, then they're entitled to this money. So regardless of any employee turnover at the Office of Management and Budget, there is supposed to be a continuity of government, and that should not delay in any way, form, or fashion the payment to these employees. Now, let's go to recruitment. What are the efforts being made to actively recruit students at UVI? And what's the progress with your online courses?
Yeah. Starting with the last question first, we've seen good growth in our online program. Of course, this program is only about 5 years old. We started out with 0 students. We are up to 100 students in that program now. We are projecting to grow that program each year to at least by 50 students or more each year. So it has been a nice addition, but it can't replace what we've lost in other areas. To answer your first questions, we are engaged in a number of programs that are trying to market UVI, trying to address the drop in the number of students graduating from high school here by being even more aggressive in regards to what we say to them about UVI. The free tuition policy change, which puts more money in their pockets, is one of the things we've been promoting recently. We're trying to even do more aggressive recruiting in the Eastern Caribbean to get more of those students to come to UVI. So we have had a consistent outreach effort, but as with universities nationally, including HBCUs, the pandemic has reduced enrollments overall, and there have certainly been reductions for HBCUs, and we are suffering from that just as others are.
Thank you for your response. And going over to, let's see, promotions. Job vacancies were mentioned earlier as I was coming here. Tell me what opportunities exist to promote qualified employees already working at the University of the Virgin Islands.
Yeah. Well, we have an employee development program that looks to support individuals to move up. I would say that the majority of vacancies that occur in the university are often filled by individuals who are already with the university through promotion, sometimes through putting them in a temporary role until they gain some experience, and then hiring them permanently. When I look at my own cabinet, the vast majority of the individuals on that cabinet are people who were internal to the university and got promoted to the highest levels, and that happens throughout the institution.
2 minutes.
Now we got to make sure that they're properly compensated. Although I think they receive some 4% or so increase. What mechanisms are in place to ensure that the salary of employees are competitive? We know that you have some employees with master's degrees that's actually making way less than even those teaching within the Department of Education.
Yeah. We do a study on a regular basis that compares positions at the university with positions nationally, that is, at other universities. And we create a range from the lowest level to mid-range to highest. You're right, we are not always able to get individuals to the mid-range and above. And there are individuals who are at that lower range within their particular job category. But unfortunately, without the external support from this body, we do not have resources coming from other revenue sources to be able to just every year increase the salary of employees. We would love to. We think that is the way in which a university should operate, but we have to have the resources to do it. That's why we are so thankful for the 4% pool that we had last year, because it did allow us to address some of those inequities, but there's still more remaining.
And it's not a fact that cabinet members gets an annual increase and not the regular staff, is it?
That is not correct. That
Time.
is not correct.
Okay. Mr. Chair, time was called, but I have one last question, if I may.
You may proceed.
So with the revised COVID policy that you spoke of, which is allowing, I think I saw something, allowing students to come back in the classrooms, what efforts are being made to ensure that these classrooms are properly sanitized? And do you have any sanitizing stations around the campuses in both districts?
Yes, we do, Senator. During the period that we're coming out of, we put in place shields just like you have here, sanitation stations. The requirement of our custodians are to sanitize rooms on a regular basis. We will not stop any of that as we shift to this more flexible policy, and we believe that all of those things worked, and we plan to continue them.
Thank you. And lastly, can you all please at least let the employees who are affected with regards to the premium pay know that at least their documentations were submitted to OMB so that they can know that at least they're in a pipeline to be paid? Our employees shouldn't be wondering whether or not they are in line for this premium payment. I mean, trying to figure out when they'll get it is one thing, but they should at least be comforted in knowing that their names were submitted and those payments are pending. Again, thank you for all you do, you and your team at the University of the Virgin Islands.
Thank
and
you.
I would like to be as supportive as I can.
Thank you, and we'll get that notice out to the employees.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. Dr. Hall, just to reconfirm, you're saying that the monies that you have for the free tuition, you're now seeking to apply some of those monies to room and board. That's what you're saying?
No, what we're saying is that in the past, and this has been the national policy, the way free tuition works
It's just free tuition. It's tuition. It's tuition.
Yes,
Correct.
and that you have to apply other funds first before you go to the fund. What we have realized is that because we're not utilizing all of the funds that are available, that to flip it so that we apply free tuition first and a student
Go ahead.
and the student can then use their Pell Grant or other sources to cover those other expenses, support students even more.
Okay, so hold up. So what you were saying is they have to fill out the federal paperwork, the FAFSA.
Yes.
But you are using the FAFSA monies to subsidize the tuition, and then the free tuition would kick in for the rest. That's what you were doing before.
Yes, but because
Okay,
it was
but now you want to flip it. You want to apply the free tuition towards the tuition, and then the FAFSA monies will go towards room and board.
or other expenses, books, because free tuition doesn't cover fees. Free tuition doesn't cover books, and clearly it doesn't cover housing. And not just when you live on campus, but other housing needs that a student has while they are attending a university. So this is allowing the students to benefit. To give you a good example of why we really started looking at this, when we look at the students whose family are in the lowest income bracket, they were benefiting the least from free tuition because their Pell Grant was covering close to 80 or 90% of their tuition. So therefore, they weren't getting anything from it. And with this change, those students would be able to benefit more from free tuition and use those federal funds to cover those other expenses. And because all of this is done through the financial aid process, and students have an analysis of what their needs are to attend the university, These are not funds that are going for some other purpose. It is for their attendance, and it allows them to be supported in a stronger way.
Thank you for that response. Point of inquiry, Senator Joseph.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. And this point of inquiry is really relative to the room and board and utilizing both the funding sources from the free tuition and the Pell Grants and the like. Can the student then utilize their Pell Grant award to cover the room and board? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so that would help mitigate issues that we have regarding those students who are couch surfing and homeless, so that they can actually have an opportunity to attend. Because remember, housing is scarce here in the Virgin Islands, and especially those young people who are out of foster care, they are couch surfing, and so this would allow them an opportunity to go into post-secondary relative compared to just going fully into the workforce. Okay, so you already have that strategy in place.
Yes.
Thank you kindly.
You're welcome.
No, I understand.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. I'm going to allow everyone to ask one additional question, but before we do that, we are going to have a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back in the record. Colleagues, I'll allow each individual one question, and then we're going to transition to the RT Park. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. President Hall, in the post-audit report on page 36 of 42 is showing 4 vehicles that's in very poor condition or poor. 2 for the physical plant, a Astra van and a Chevy pickup, and a Dodge Tacoma and a hoop trailer. What's being done to replace these vehicles, especially for the plant, because the plant plays such an important role at UVI, and that's 2000, 2004, that's pretty old.
Thank you for that question, Senator. We are in the process of replacing those vehicles right now. We are challenged with the manufacturing of vehicles, and so the information we receive from a vendor is that it'll take 12 months, but those requisitions are in their hands.
And when a new van, can you plan to action of those vehicles to add additional funds to your coffers?
Once the replacements are here, then we normally would do a sale on
Very well.
those vehicles.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Senator Bulquist.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, the chair said one question, so I'll see how I'll do this. Okay, so on pages 24 to 34 of the post-auditor's report, I'm trying to figure out how do we go about ascertaining which of the listed positions are both locally and federally funded, how many of them are federally funded, and how long have they existed?
That's a very long question. I can provide you that data if you need it. I believe when we did this submission, we did include the percentage that was locally and federally funded, but it's not on this sheet, but we can provide that information.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Bulquist. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question in regards to the post-auditor's report, page 7, on the 2023 post-auditor report and 2022, there is a debt benefit expense. In the 22 budget, projected 50,000. In the 23 budget, it's projecting 139,000. What was that increase for?
I'm sorry, you said debt benefit?
Debt benefit expense.
I am not
It's under
following.
all other fringe benefits on page 7.
Yes.
At the bottom.
It says 139,000 2023 projection. 139,000 debt benefit expense.
I would venture those are projections. Not that we are projecting a lot of debts, but that's a payout that's based on a person's salary. And since we did do a salary increase, we anticipate that it will be a higher amount.
Okay, so from 50,000 to 139,000 is your accurate projection.
Well, coming from 82,021, and we have not completed this fiscal year, it is as a projection.
Okay. I just clearing up because that's the only numbers that jump out at me thus far. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. In the dark.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I'm waiting for it to kick in. Should be coming now. Here it is. At least you know a transfer switch works well. Senator Francis, you can hear us over there. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Quickly, Dr. Hall, in regards to philanthropic contribution that you received in FY 2022, how much was that and how was that funding utilized?
Yes. Our overall cash received from philanthropy is about $4 million, but we have also received some gift commitments, primarily through the RT Park, and that ranges from a minimum, because these are contributions spread out over a 15-year period, from a minimum of, I think, $4 million over that period to a maximum of about $9 million. The goal for these can fall into various categories. There are scholarships, which often become the major source, specific programs that donors want to support. As I mentioned, the 13D Innovation Center, we received $750,000 of that $3 million commitment during this fiscal year, and we will continue to receive funding for that. So we've had a very good year in regards to fundraising, but the limitation always with fundraising is the donor earmarks it for specific items, and it's not something we can put in our operating budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Joseph.
And thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I do have one question. How much of your allotment have you received thus far for fiscal year 2022? Your total, because we're in the fourth quarter.
Correct. The university has been receiving its allotments on a monthly basis. Right now, we receive up to July.
July.
So a request is in right now for August.
For August, and that would end your...
September.
To include September, which is next month.
Okay, and how much have you received total so far of your allotment?
I can't recall the number right now. I can get it in a minute.
Okay, that'll be fine. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Saro, one question.
Thank you. The vacancies are very high in the post-study report. And then I know you discussed the deficit. So I think in this last question, I want you to, I could only think about the colleges that I went to and ways to increase revenue. And I jotted some thoughts down here about focusing on retention. People come to university for strong student life. Mm-hmm. I'm a member of the Divine Nine Greek life. Yep. So you go because you want to see the step shows and you want to join a sorority and a fraternity, targeting the non-traditional students and serving them in different ways, and also taking advantage of a local industry and what that area needs and meeting those needs, along with opening the campus to like film, the film industry. At one point you had College Hill on campus that gave you some free publicity. So the question I'm asking is, what are those plans, those creative plans to reduce the deficit outside of us giving you additional funds? Because people go to college for a lot more than just academics.
Yeah, no doubt. Our plan calls for us to grow our enrollment and to retain more students, as you just indicated. And we have a number of programs that are outlined to try to do that. Greek life and building it up is one way. I must admit that there hasn't been a real gravitation towards that here, and it's not because we are against it. We do have a number of sororities, but there hasn't been a fraternity to get off the ground, despite us inviting the professional fraternities to come and present to our students. So we have to do more in that regard. We also understand that we will have to reduce some of our expenditures. So there is a proposed budget reduction for units that will be a part of this coming year. We're also looking to try to use some of our fundraising dollars as strategically as we can to reduce some of the reduction as well. But ultimately, and to use the remaining COVID funds. One of the senators mentioned about the fact that agencies are not using their COVID fund. I can sit here proudly and say we have used or will use every dime that we've received from the federal government in that regard. But even with all of those things, we still will have a large deficit that we are needing some support in order to address.
And with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, I understand the deficit, but even down to the arts program, David Edgecombe, he was a huge loss, but people flocked to UVI to be a part of your communication, the mass communication department, and to be in those plays that you had, Stage Bill and everything else. And even your Marine program, we should be the #1 Marine program in the Caribbean. And when you look at the Marine program, most of them come from the States. Yep. And we're not funneling them through so that Ocean Explorers program, all of that. If we could retain that, that helps to keep your retention rate high And, so just looking at the other programs outside of the academics, I think that would help tremendously in reducing the deficit. Thank you for allowing to, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Sorrow. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a response to Senator Joseph's question with respect to the amount of appropriations received. We've received so far $34,866,188, of which approximately $4 million represents the 8% salary repayment. Sorry? $4 million represents the 8% salary repayment, which would not be recurring. Thank you.
So this year you expect to get 40 million, 40 point something. The 36 plus the 4 million that we gave for the 8%.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Colleagues, at this time, I think we have exhausted all questions. Did you get the response?
Yes, I did. Thank you for that.
Gittins is back, okay.
Oh.
But give me the response and then I'll go to Senator Gittins.
Okay, so in response to the question about placement of our social work students, there have been times when an agency might not be able to find someone who can mentor that student, and so we aren't able to place a student there, but that's not the norm. We have placed students in some of our public entities.
Okay, that's a good political answer, but it's barely. It's like 5 students, I think 4 were placed in private entities. They're having issues placing at Human Services where they're saying we don't have anyone to mentor that particular student. That can't work. We can have a social work program where we're trying to produce more social workers to go into government entities, and when they ask for a placement at a government entity, they're being told, we don't have anyone that can work with a particular student. And then they go into the private market, and after they finish with school, they're staying in a private entity. So we're defeating the whole program if you can't have individuals who are going to mentor these students in Bureau of Corrections and Department of Health and Human Services. And I will ask the question when Human Services come, because they should be gravitating towards the university and telling the university, we want every student. So you have social workers at Department of Human Services, yet they're telling you that they have no one to mentor a student, hence the student can't come. And I know that took place as recent as this current class that is coming in, that they have been placed at some private entities because of the lack of participation by Human Services. So we're defeating ourselves. Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2-in-1, President. Have you submitted the full premium pay listing to OMB regardless of salaries, meaning even those making over $70,000, were those names also submitted?
The university, in its initial submission, did limit it to those within that salary amount, but when we did the final listing, we included all employees who met the criteria that OMB sent down, which did not include a salary cap.
Okay, because the criteria is as long as you worked during the pandemic, you submit those names, and OMB will do the justification. And the second part that I wanted to know is whether or not there were any bonuses given in the last fiscal year.
Yes.
Are you referring to salary bonuses?
Yes.
None that I'm aware of.
So no cabinet level employees got bonuses?
No, Senator. I don't know where that rumor is coming from, but I know the 3 people sitting up here with me would love to have received it. But no bonuses for cabinet
Not
members.
a rumor, it's a question so that we can be clear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator James, do you have a last question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us an opportunity to ask our last questions. I see here where you are receiving a series of grants when it comes to the Department of Agriculture. And please forgive me if this question was asked before. But I know as I go on the website for UVI, there are several programs pertaining to agriculture. As far as the enrollment for the various programs, while I'm clarifying my question, if somebody could look for the information regarding the various programs for agriculture, the success as far as the enrollment, and as far as funding, since we're speaking on a budget, is it sufficient?
Well, the grants that are received from agriculture are not related to the enrollment of students at all. That
No. That's not what I'm saying. Listen to the question, Mr. President Hall. You are receiving grants. Obviously, those grants are going to benefit the agricultural programs that you have for the degree programs, right or wrong? No?
Not necessarily.
So it's not tied into?
Because they aren't connected. Those programs were in place before we received funding to start the enrollment of students in an academic program.
So let me clarify my question. Okay, forget about the grants. We have the program for horticulture. We have the one for agribusiness, and I think there's one more. As far as the enrollment for each program, can you let me know the success, the numbers of individuals who came forward and lessons learned as far as we improve on agriculture? Because the 33rd legislature and the 34th legislature of the Virgin Islands passed a series of bills to benefit agriculture. And I'm just trying to make sure that we're getting a bang for our buck.
Yes. Excellent question, Senator. We will get you the exact numbers. The certificate programs have enrolled some students. There was 6 students enrolled in the associates. We just passed the bachelor's program in June, so of course no students have been able to enroll in that. So it is a program that will have to grow over time, and we will monitor it to make sure that the investment this body has made is paying off, but it is still at its early stage of development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I want to make sure we're not wasting our money, not saying we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Fred Gregory, you have one question? Okay, keep rating 5, but put your finger on one.
Golly. Since the good senator has boxed me into one question and he caught me off guard, I got a call from a constituent asking about I think I know the answer, but they asked me to ask it on so they could be clear. And it's tied to the census workers. Were they entitled to premium pay?
Yes.
As far as the criteria that we received from OMB, yes, and so their names were submitted on the list that went to OMB.
Okay, so they're going to be happy to hear that. Whatever other questions I have, I'll ask you them offline. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, we've had that premium pay discussion. I think individuals are eagerly awaiting that pay within the next couple of months. So, Dr. Hall, I'm going to give you an opportunity to put a closing statement on the record.
As always, I want to thank the Finance Committee members and all of the members of the legislature present for your thoughtful questions. We hope that we have answered them thoroughly. We will submit additional information if we weren't able to answer them. From the depths of the university's heart, we want to thank you for the support that you have provided historically, and hope that you are able to see your way to provide the extra support that we're asking for. Our wish list of things is long, and I didn't come here with the wish list. The amount that I put forward is really to ensure that we can get through this fiscal year without major disruption. And I appreciate what you can provide, and I am very, very proud of what this university has been able to achieve in some very challenging times, and we would not have been able to do it without your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hall, for your testimony, and thank those individuals who accompanied you today to provide testimony to the Committee of Finance. The Committee of Finance will recess until 12:30. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park. Invited testifiers, Peter H. Chapman, Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Chapman, I'm going to allow you to put your name and title on the record, along with those individuals who are here supporting you. So beginning with you.
Thank you, Senator. Peter Chapman, CEO and Executive Director of the RT Park. I'm here with Amina Salim, who is our Chief of Staff.
Amina Salim, Chief of Staff.
And Sydney.
Sydney Paul, Senior Manager of Business Intelligence and Marketing.
Thank you. And you have some individuals who are participating virtually?
Yes, we do. Let's start with Siobhan Chopra. Siobhan, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, good afternoon. Siobhan Chopra, Senior Manager of Business Development Operations.
And John Harrison, CFO.
Good afternoon. John Harrison, CFO at the RT Park.
Right. Matthew Beadle. Matt.
Yeah, Matt Beadle, Senior Manager of Business Attraction and Strategic Planning at the RT Park.
And Alfonso Rodriguez. Okay, maybe he stepped away. Oh,
I'm here, Alfonso Rodriguez, or RT Park Entrepreneurship Manager.
Great. Hey, Alfonso. Great.
That's it?
That's our team.
Okay, you may proceed with your testimony.
Great. Thank you, Senator. Good day, Honorable Senator Violet, members of the Committee on Finance, and other senators present, as well as the listening audience. My name is Peter Chapman, and I'm the CEO and Executive Director of the UVI Research and Technology Park Corporation. I'm honored to be here today to offer testimony with respect to the RT Park's 2022 achievements to date and to provide an overview of our emerging 2023 organizational priorities. The function, duties, and powers of the Research and Technology Park Corporation are described in the VI Code, specifically Title 17, Chapter 34, Subchapter 40B, which sets forth a holistic mandate for harnessing innovations in technology, knowledge-based, and agricultural research-oriented business clusters to help diversify and strengthen the economy of the Virgin Islands. Our client companies presently operate in the areas of data analytics, web content development, interactive media management, e-commerce, software development and licensing, technology-based management services, internet advertising, telecommunications, information technology, software application development, healthcare and life sciences, business process outsourcing, financial technology, and sustainable development solutions. Consistent with best practices in tech-based economic development, Title 17, which was crafted and championed by several University of the Virgin Islands officials and enacted by the legislature, by the VI legislature in 2002, envisions that the RT Park play a major role in attracting new enterprises to the territory, incubating and accelerating the growth of promising early-stage firms through hands-on technical assistance and access to financing, facilitating workforce training and employment opportunities for U.S. VI residents, and advancing real estate initiatives through the acquisition, construction, improvement, and redevelopment of facilities deemed necessary to support the growth of the tech and agricultural research sectors. Additionally, the RT Park, as an independent affiliate of UVI, works to broaden the university's capabilities by providing UVI with financial support and training opportunities for UVI students. The link with UVI is critical to our mission, which substantially entails working with companies that depend heavily on science, technology, engineering, and math, or a STEM-educated workforce. The RT Park is a self-funded, fully autonomous entity, and as such, will not be requesting any general fund support, operating support from the Virgin Islands government at this time. Therefore, as in previous years, I want to use the time allotted to us today to provide a brief but substantive report on our efforts over the past year to expand the cluster of technology, knowledge-based, and sustainable agriculture enterprises in the territory, thereby continuing to help fulfill the legislated vision for the RT Park, and to also live up to our status as a high-performing economic development organization as designated by the Washington, D.C.-based International Economic Development Council, one of the leading trade associations for economic development institutions in North America. I'm accompanied today by the team I just introduced you to, both in person and virtually. Just to shift to a summary of our overall progress and really our evolution over the last 4 years. Now, in our 20th year of operation, the RT Park continues to draw from best practices in our attempt to help diversify and strengthen the economy of the USVI, which I will discuss momentarily. But first, just a few basic details about our operation. We presently have 12 full-time equivalent staff, and we continue to augment our lean staffing complement with subject matter specialists, as well as UVI interns and summer graduate fellows, primarily from the Ford School of Public Policy at the University of Michigan. Most of our revenue is derived from fees charged to companies receiving handsome tax benefits, and consistent with Title 17, we reinvest this revenue into our economic and community development programs, which primarily benefit Virgin Islanders as well as UVI stakeholders. As a result of continued progress in attracting high-impact companies and ensuring that we collect on fees owed to the RT Park, we expect that 2022 will be yet another record-breaking year from a revenue standpoint. And this year's projected numbers will represent a nearly 240% revenue increase since 2018, when we started implementing a reform, programmatic, and operational agenda. Our growth over the last 4 years has also allowed us to completely eliminate our debt, which exceeded $4 million when this current RT Park team was first installed. I'm especially proud to report that in 2022, our efforts will also yield an unprecedented level of grant funding for the University of the Virgin Islands, an institution that remains a vital source of human capital required to help fuel the growth of our regional tech sector. By the end of 2022, we expect to generate more than $2.5 million for UVI, which represents a nearly 250% increase in financial support to the university from the RT Park's operations since 2018. And when you look at 2017, the year prior to implementing a more muscular economic development model consistent with Title 17, you'll see that the most money the RT Park had ever generated for UVI in a single year was $817,764, which is far below the $2.5 million we expect to generate for UVI by the end of this year. Despite still being in the midst of a global COVID-19 pandemic, we have continued to make progress in expanding our base of technology companies in the territory. This underscores not only the resiliency of the tech sector, but also the relevance of the RT Park's current business model and the outstanding dedication and effectiveness of the people who work at our organization. Indeed, we continue to maintain a phenomenal cross-disciplinary and professionally diverse team of professionals at the RT Park. Just shifting briefly to our 2022 accomplishments. With respect to our other accomplishments during the current program year, we have continued to make significant measurable progress across all areas of operation, and I'd like to take a few minutes to provide just a few highlights. First, in the area of business attraction, we've executed agreements with a diverse array of companies that are all using advanced innovations to drive their business models. One example is a telecommunications company that produces software that uses a patented technology called Optical Time Domain Reflectometer, or OTDR, that helps pinpoint holes and breaks in fiber cables. This not only allows network managers to immediately send a dispatch to fix fiber cuts, but it also gives users a current snapshot of their network's health, enabling them to take preventative measures. This technology, we believe, will be a value add to the territory, not only because it will create high-paying permanent jobs for Virgin Islanders and quality training opportunities for UVI students, but it will also help diversify and strengthen our complement of fiber optics-related enterprises, thereby enhancing our appeal as a destination for other businesses. Another example of a recent business attraction win is a Black woman-owned food and beverage company that will utilize its online platforms to expand its capabilities to other current and aspiring food and beverage entrepreneurs, including, but not limited to, local and regional farmers, artists, and craftsmen who want to sell their products to large retailers like Walmart, Target, Sam's Club, and Food Lion. And it should be emphasized that we are actively engaged in executing business attraction agreements with larger, potentially catalytic businesses, such as a mid-sized producer of pharmaceuticals, a diversified solar technology company specializing in large-scale real estate ventures, and a global film soundstage company that will enhance our capability to attract more film production projects to the territory. None of these three projects, I want to stress, is a done deal, but they are reflective of the RT Park's increasing focus on attracting quality over quantity, which in this case means companies with the potential to create a significant number of jobs in high growth sectors and make substantial capital investment into the territory, which bolsters our tax revenue base. Additionally, I'm pleased to report that our biennial tech summit in May of this year was a success, as it has already helped us generate several viable new business attraction leads. Due to COVID, we made this a hybrid but mostly virtual event, and we had over 250 participants, including over 40 representatives from individual firms as well as intermediary organizations. This was a very new and challenging format for us, essentially a 2-day television production, which really tested our event management capabilities as an economic development organization. But our ability to execute smoothly was attributed to the contributions of several institutions and individuals. I want to take this opportunity to thank my entire staff and our subject matter advisors, as well as members of our board who participated. I also want to acknowledge the contributions of the numerous RT Park client companies and other local and non-local partners who facilitated the panel discussions. Our corporate sponsors, most notably VIA, Liberty, and Bank of St. Croix, our team of local vendors who supported the production of the event, including Media One and Diverse Multimedia, and Governor Bryan and his team, who hosted an in-person closing reception for us at Government House in Christiansted. This year's summit also laid the foundation for potential collaboration with our two high-profile keynote speakers, Ms. Suzette Robotham, a nationally recognized diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant, formerly with Google and Microsoft, and perhaps most notably with actor and producer Tim Reed. Mr. Reed, as you may know, has not only been the star and creator of several popular TV shows over the past 40 years, but he has also been a film production studio founder and presently has a streaming service called LGCY TV, which stands for Legacy TV, which streams entertainment content drawn from the African diaspora. Mr. Reed has a solid understanding of the USVI's competitive advantages relating to tech-oriented media and was especially intrigued by our robust cluster of fiber optics and the RT Park's emerging focus on film and entertainment as a possible new target sector. It is in this context that we also discussed with Mr. Reed the importance of beginning to build a local workforce that can adequately staff media and film production enterprises, and we expect to have further dialogue with him very soon about how we may be able to leverage his experience in film production education. Mr. Reed has taught film production at HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, and at the British Film Institute for many years, and recognizes the benefits that could accrue to communities from training local talent that can help fuel the growth of what we call a creative economy initiative. Overall, the RT Park currently has 80 traditional or mature companies in our portfolio, which represents a 266% increase in the number of businesses in this portfolio since October 2018. And I remain very confident that unless there are global or regional occurrences out of our control, that we can reach 100 mature or traditional companies affiliated with the RT Park by the end of 2024. That's our goal. And consistent with best practices, it is important that we continue to focus on quality and high impact businesses that will strengthen our entrepreneurial ecosystem and the broader USVI economy. With respect to entrepreneurship, which is a critical focus for the RT Park, we completed the third cohort of Accelerate VI, our structured 3-month accelerator program designed to help promising early-stage companies grow and scale their businesses from the Virgin Islands, in turn helping to build a vibrant, diverse tech hub and promoting tech-based entrepreneurship. To date, we have now supported 21 firms, including 6 women-led startups and over 70% of participating businesses led by Virgin Islands founders. Their prospects for long-term success are enhanced not only by our comprehensive curriculum, but also by the involvement of a global network of mentors we draw from multinational tech firms, tech companies such as Google, Microsoft, Citi, and IBM. It is also noteworthy that several of our corporate mentors are originally from the Virgin Islands, very important to us. You may also recall that last May, one of our accelerator program alums, Thomas Fields, made it onto the national television show Shark Tank, where he received a commitment of funding from tech mogul Mark Cuban. This type of exposure has elevated Accelerate VI's stature, which has enabled us to continue to attract applicants not only from the Virgin Islands, but also from throughout the Caribbean, the mainland US, Asia, and Africa. And the Accelerator program factors prominently in the RT Park now being considered best in class by the International Economic Development Council. Over the last few years, we've seen that many of our accelerator companies focus on building technology solutions that address economic, social, and environmental challenges. And I'm pleased to share with you that the most recent cohort number 3, is no different. Our one example is VI Crawl, a startup established by a group of enterprising UVI students seeking to address the untapped potential for cultural tourism in the Virgin Islands through a media and education company that designs culturally relevant solutions, including an app that includes a curated collection of historic hubs and their stories, GPS notifications, local foods, restaurants, and more. VI Crawl concentrates heavily on advancing the VI tourism industry by putting VI culture in the palm of your hand, quote unquote, for an immersive virtual tour experience to see the islands from a local point of view. Another example of a startup from our third cohort is a company called Status Alert for Emergency, or SAFE. They produce a mobile app that sends notifications to up to 10 contacts regarding user status in case of emergencies. The alert button includes pre-recorded messages and the GPS location, and the app can be accessed in the Apple Store now. This year, we also executed the second cohort of what we call our pre-accelerator program as a complement to AVI, which is our full-blown accelerator program. This adjunct program was created to be a mentorship-driven training ground for local early-stage startup founders looking to build prototypes and prepare their businesses while readying themselves for a full-time accelerator program. We served 3 companies in this year's pre-accelerator class, which began this past spring, including an entrepreneur who has designed a ride-share app that we believe could become a game changer in expanding our transportation offerings here in the Virgin Islands. In the area of access to capital, you may recall that this past year, through the support of the legislature, which provided us with $5 million in seed funding through enactment of Bill number 34-0058, we were able to launch the Catalyst Fund, which is designed to provide patient, flexible financing for larger businesses and real estate development ventures that help make the USVI a more attractive destination for high-impact economic development projects pursued by both existing local enterprises and new-to-market firms. We are grateful for the unwavering support of the 34th Legislature, especially for the strong leadership and guidance of Senator Nobel Francis and Finance Committee Chairman Senator Kurt Viollet for helping us make the Catalyst Fund a reality. Thank you. We eventually received the $5 million in March of this year, and operating in accordance with Community Development Financial Institution standards, we have established bank accounts and have implemented the appropriate systems and protocols for administering the capital. We are presently actively engaged in underwriting the first 3 loan requests totaling $3.3 million to 2 sustainable agriculture companies and 1 company specializing in weather-resistant building materials. Assuming that these loans are approved by our loan review committee, we will close these transactions in September. However, it is important to emphasize that we are already oversubscribed by more than $2 million, which means that we have just $5 million available for lending and lending operations to meet roughly $7 million in loan capital requested by viable businesses up to this point. Because this places the territory at somewhat of a competitive disadvantage in attracting and advancing certain larger job-creating projects, we plan to continue to pursue the $30 million in federal CDBG -DR and mitigation dollars verbally committed to the Catalyst Fund by Governor Bryan in 2020. In the area of redevelopment, we continue to make measurable progress toward breaking ground on Tech Village late this year or early 2023. This project will be constructed on a 27-acre site on Center Line Road directly across from the UVI St. Croix campus and within the footprint of the federally designated Qualified Opportunity Zone. When completed, Tech Village will consist of 66 units of workforce housing, 20,000 square feet of office and R&D space, as well as farmland to be used by agricultural research companies as part of the first phase, followed by a new business hotel in the second phase. This $50 million plus mixed-use project will also support the creation of an estimated 300 new jobs on St. Croix at full build-out. The land conveyance was approved by the 34th Legislature in November 2021, and rezoning was approved in March of this year, along with a land swap that ensured that there would be no net loss of agriculturally zoned land available. We are on track to close on our private equity and our core financing, which we expect will be backed by HUD's 221D3 mortgage guarantee program, which we are accessing through a private lender. However, we are still awaiting a response from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority regarding the status of our subrecipient agreement for gap funding for the project. We have completed the agency's requirements, most notably achieving site control and submitting our 2019 audit, and now we must receive a timely, formal commitment of our CDBG DR funding, for which we initially applied in 2019. As we've stated publicly on many occasions, the block grant gap funding is essential to the feasibility of Tech Village. In the meantime, we are engaged in or have completed the following critical path items toward commencement of construction of Tech Village. One is soil analysis. The contractor has a permit and anticipates this being completed by the end of this month. The historical or archaeological analysis has been completed. The project renderings have been completed. The construction documents will be completed by the end of September, and we are actively engaged in supporting the relocation of a livestock farmer as soon as feasible. Finally, regarding Tech Village, this is yet another initiative where the support of the legislature has been of paramount importance. And again, we are especially appreciative for the leadership and advocacy of Senators Francis and Violet. I also want to acknowledge the critical role of members of the governor's team, especially Chief of Staff Carl Knight, Chief Legal Counsel David Bourne, Policy Advisor Toya Malone, and Property and Procurement Assistant Commissioner Josette Cantois in helping us secure the land and prepare it for the Tech Village project. Looking ahead to 2023, it is our intention to continue driving progress on our core business attraction and entrepreneurship support activities, while also fully implementing potentially transformational initiatives such as the Catalyst Fund and Tech Village. However, there are at least 4 other areas that will command our attention and focus in the coming year. One is implementation and maximization of our Vista Plus portal for accessing and connecting tech talent with local employers. Through our partnership with the Department of Labor, which began 3 months ago in May of 2022, we are implementing an aggressive marketing campaign to populate the database and begin filling job vacancies. With this new funding, we have hired a full-time program coordinator, begun planning talent recruitment and networking events in the coming months, and will formalize a contract for maintenance and technical assistance associated with the website, in addition to a marketing specialist. We are excited for the future of Vista Plus and our growing STEM workforce in the territory, and look forward to our partnership with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor for the coming years. Number 2, expansion of our youth coding program launched in partnership with the Caribbean Center for Boys and Girls. Following the success of our inaugural VI STEM Kids program in 2020, this year we had over 140 students between the ages of 5 and 15 years old on St. Croix participate in this program, which ended last month, using 20 new Chromebooks donated for student use. Because coding is the foundation of computer programming, we look forward to continued growth of VI STEM Kids to ensure that the RT Park is doing its part to help build the workforce of tomorrow. The third area that will command our attention and focus in the coming year is exploration of a project that will make us more competitive in attracting renewable energy-oriented enterprises and that can help us harness solar and possibly other forms of energy. And the fourth area that we intend to focus on in 2023 is assessment of the feasibility of pursuing a comprehensive redevelopment effort in downtown Charlotte Amalia, an area with tremendous unrealized potential for growing the tech sector in St. Thomas and in the Virgin Islands, and becoming a more significant destination for the talent needed to fuel knowledge-based businesses. This effort is one that would specifically address 3 major things. A, the need to expand the inventory of office and operating space, as well as residences that are required for the Virgin Islands to become more competitive in attracting and retaining new businesses and tech talent. B, the urgency of creating new institutional mechanisms and tools for facilitating long-term, impactful, action-oriented revitalization and placemaking, and not just the preparation of glossy plans that never get implemented. And finally, the need to strengthen local real estate development capacity to ensure that a more representative cohort of St. Thomas residents can participate equitably in rebuilding the island's urban core and can benefit from the economic largesse that could result from this endeavor. We've already done some preliminary feasibility work related to a possible, and I emphasize possible, St. Thomas redevelopment initiative, and have additional technical due diligence to conduct. However, we have thus far concluded that the core elements of what could be done are well aligned with the territorial government's nearly $1.9 billion in federal CDBG-DR and CDBG mitigation allocations, which right now is an underutilized resource. We enthusiastically look forward to more dialogue with you all on this emerging concept. In conclusion, I want to thank the very capable and dedicated staff of the RT Park who have diligently executed their duties and made it possible for me to share with you the achievements outlined in my testimony today. I am extremely proud of the team we've assembled. Our depth of talent will enable us to continue to strengthen organizational operations and evolve our business attraction, entrepreneurship, and talent development programs in FY 2023. I also want to thank our board of directors, led by Chairman Edward Thomas, for its support for the comprehensive economic and community development model we are pursuing. Our partners at UVI, especially President Hall, and the private sector stakeholders regionally and nationally who factor prominently in the work that we do. Senators, This concludes my testimony on the RT Park's 2022 accomplishments and 2023 priorities. I am grateful for the opportunity to address you here today and for your continuing support of the RT Park's economic development efforts. I welcome any questions you may have at this time, and again, I thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Mr. Chapman, we're going to go into a round of questioning. 5 minutes, senators. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chapman, and your management team there with you, and thank you so much for that most comprehensive testimony. Before I go to the postal report with my several line of questioning, let me ask you, in respect to the CDBG-DR funds, in which you are waiting from the Housing Finance Authority, when was the last time have you guys been in contact? Because this is some critical funds in order for you to move forward.
They're very critical. We made contact, several weeks ago,
3 or 4 weeks ago.
almost a month ago, Senator.
And they have not stated where they are in that process?
We received an email indicating that someone would reach out to us this week to schedule something, but there's been no follow-up.
Do you understand the importance of those funds to Tech Park?
I don't know. We recognize that there's a new team over there. We have not had a substantive meeting with the new team, so I don't really know what it is that they understand. Our chief of staff may have more perspective. She's been the point person in dealings with HFA.
I would like to know from the chief of staff where we are, because they're going to be in front of us tomorrow, and we will drill down on follow-up. But I need to know exactly what, from your perspective, so I can know how to move forward.
Right.
Chief of staff?
Yes. Good afternoon, Amina Salim, Chief of Staff. We have been in contact. Last thing we were told, as Mr. Chapman said, that they would contact us this week, later this week. When I did talk to someone over there, all of their staff is new, and so some of them were not familiar with the project. They are reviewing all of the information they have. When we left them, we were on the last steps, which we had done the capacity assessment, and they needed to get our financial information. We were able to give that to them about a month or two ago, the last bits, and so we're just in the process of waiting.
Thank you for that information. I'll do what I have to do tomorrow. Thank you so much for that. In terms of the postal report, I see that you have no outstanding vendor payments. In terms of your federal grants, you don't have any awarded to you at this time, correct?
We do have a modest SBA grant to support our accelerator program. We've received the award. We've not received the money.
How much is the award?
It's $50,000.
$50,000. What was it for?
It's not a grant. I just want to say it's more as if we were awarded that. It wasn't a grant that we have to fulfill any great need for. It was something we were awarded that because of the ABI program, the work that they've done.
Okay, very well. And I see that you have actually surpassed your anticipated revenue by some $2.9 million.
Yes, 2 minutes.
39%. That's impressive. And what contributed to you fulfilling that goal?
Well, I think negotiating, quite frankly, better deals. We, on occasion, will have companies that come to us looking to amend what are called their Part Tenant agreements, which historically have had revenue caps affixed to them. We, as a matter of policy, changed that. We don't accept caps. So whenever we renegotiate a deal with a company, we remove the cap. So we had some bump from that in this past year.
Very well. Do you have any vacancies at the time? How much vacancies do you have?
Staff
vacancies.
Staff vacancies. I don't think we have any vacancies right now. We're going to be talking to our board about expanding our capacity because we only have 12 FTEs.
And that was my next question. So what's that number in terms of capacity you see the agency going in terms of in terms of getting a greater return on your investment?
That's a really good question, Senator. And I think it's going to ultimately be driven by new initiatives that we take on. I think we've been growing the staff complement very conservatively. I think in the coming year, and this is, subject to more discussion internally, but we're going to look at, maybe another two staff people in the current year, perhaps by changing some of the folks who are currently contractors, making them FTEs. I think that's how we'll grow our staff complement in the coming year, by 2 or 3 folks. And then we'll continue to grow the team conservatively from there.
And I do like your vision forward in terms of the initiatives that you are moving towards, right? And one of the areas you spoke to that I'm very excited about is this district.
Yes.
In terms of, I know you have a Tech Valley for St. Croix, but St. Thomas, St. John district.
Yes.
I mean, I'm really excited about that. And I guess when you come back after the budget season, we can drill down more on that, okay? And I want to thank you so much for what you and your team are doing, and I appreciate your responses. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I'd like to hear some more about your employees first. You don't need any money from this entity right now, so how are your employees made up? They aren't unionized or anything like that?
No.
Just all exempt employees?
Yeah.
So did they receive a wage increase anytime recent?
We do it on a very strategic, selective basis based on performance. And I will say that every year for the last 4 years, we've had merit-based increase. Remember, we're a public corporation, but our operating model is very much of a for-profit model. So we can't give, or we've resisted giving like just across the board salary increases. We want to base it on how is revenue. And when revenue is good, I believe strongly that members of the team should share in the institution's largesse. And so that's what we've done in a very strategic way.
Okay, I'm very happy to hear that, because I'm saying I didn't see that in your testimony. That's why your employees are el número uno, number one. So I'd like to hear about the employees first before you mention all the great things that you're doing. And then you wrap up with your thank you to the legislature and then your employees, and then you wrap up. So
we have a dynamic team of 12
Excellent.
FTEs and a number of subject matter advisors.
Blow their horn.
Yes.
But it's been, I'm looking ahead where you have looking ahead for FY 2023, number 4, assessment of feasibility for pursuing a comprehensive redevelopment effort in downtown Charlotte Amalie, an area with tremendous unrealized potential for growing of tech sector in St. Thomas and the Virgin Islands, and becoming a more significant destination for talent that fuels knowledge-based businesses. The effort is one that would specifically address C, the need to strengthen local real estate development capacity to ensure that a more representative cohort of St. Thomas residents can participate equitably in the rebuilding of the island's urban core and benefit from the economic largesses and could result from this endeavor.
Yes.
Do you have a team assigned to address the St. Thomas?
No, not yet. What we do is, and this is vision looking forward, there's still, as I may have indicated, there's still more due diligence that has to be done. And we won't undertake this if we don't have the support, the financial support. So the source of money that we're looking at
2 minutes
is federal CDBG DR or mitigation. If we get that, I'm confident that we can go out and we can leverage and raise private capital, because we never do anything just with public money, Senator. We like to combine public money with private capital, but we need the commitment of the federal money to be able to secure commitments from private equity firms and from lenders, just as we've done on our Tech Village project on St. Croix. We're employing essentially the same model with some differentiation. And we've been clear that we are not requesting money from the Virgin Islands taxpayers. We think that the CDBG DR and mitigation is an underutilized resource that aligns very well with this. So if we get the money,
okay, good.
We can do this.
So what would it look like on St. Thomas in terms of if you have individuals, what size team more or less? Would you be a 5-person team with a manager? What would it actually look like if you?
What it would look like initially, at least for the first few years, it would look like a team of 8 individuals. It would be a combination of what we call generalists, economic development generalists, who understand everything from entrepreneurship to real estate development to technical support for real estate developers, and so we go from there to project managers, subject matter people who have deeper experience, let's say in urban planning, or in real estate development, because there is a good bit of this that would entail really looking at how we repurpose a lot of distressed assets, both publicly owned and privately owned assets. So we've done that high level due diligence in terms of what is it that could be done, what are the best practices, and we also have a good sense of what the staffing needs would be. And so right now we're looking at 8, but we're not going to do that out of our general funds. We would need a new allocation of money, preferably the federal CDBG.
And in closing, if I may, Mr. Chair, the great expertise team that you have on St. Croix, you could lend us them for a little while and to identify individuals over here on the St. Thomas end that we could put in those positions to.
Yes, and I want to emphasize, thank you for the question, Senator, and I want to emphasize that although our headquarters, our building is based in St. Croix, we focus on the entire region. We're not exclusive to St. Croix, but we recognize, as I've told Senator Blyden and Senator Potter and others, we hear you loudly and clearly when you say, we want you to do something impactful on St. Thomas. And we don't just throw stuff at the wall, so we've been working on this quietly for a while, but yeah.
So you could include me too, okay? Thank you. Thank you for the time,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Noble Francis, do you recognize?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I can't help but to chuckle, man. My deputy chief, I was territorial chief one time, and my deputy chief is on board. We've been telling him that for the longest, but he didn't want to leave. That, in fact, the tech village was moving to St. Thomas as well once we were able to get the St. Croix project up and running. So
not quite.
I'm glad excited by it. And he could have been excited a long time ago because this is exactly what we've been saying for quite some time. Right. Mr. Chapman, thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. And thank you to your team and the work that you continue to do there. It's unfortunate that in these Virgin Islands is hurry up and wait. No urgency, lack of accountability. We have done tremendous work in moving these number of projects forward. And, for some reason, the follow through is going to happen, but it takes quite some time for it to occur. I wanted to ask you, though, in terms of the projects that you've spoken about, and it creates a great synergy between the South Shore Enterprise Zone, the RT Park, the Tech Village, the Catalyst Fund, and everything else that's going on. What is the synergy? What is the discussion that's being had with Economic Development Authority and the RT Park in respect to, attracting multiple companies or corporations that, in fact, could be able to either be attracted to the Tech Village, the RT Park, or EDA?
Yeah, that's a good question, Senator. And again, let me thank you for your unyielding support over the last several years on some of the big stuff we've been working on. We're most grateful. So there are 2 areas of intersection with the VI EDA. So one is around access to capital. So the VI EDA is they have an appointee to the loan review committee for the Catalyst Fund. So they are present. They see what kind of deal flow we have. We've not, because it's a new resource, we haven't gotten in the weeds in terms of, sharing pipeline, exchanging pipeline, but it's our hope that with Ms. Thomas, who serves on our loan review committee, that we'll see some deal flow that not only we have generated, but is also coming through VI EDA. Of course, we have to have resources. We're oversubscribed, but that's the hope. And then we had, I can't remember if it was last year or earlier this year, we had a discussion with VI EDA because, of course, there was some leadership change over there about how we could work together on a sector strategy. I don't know that we've dug deep into that, but those are the two areas of opportunity and potential synergy that we've started discussing with VI EDA.
Very well. And in respect to the Catalyst Fund and moving to the second phase, because we knew that the $5 million will definitely fall short.
Yeah.
And $30 million that was promised in regards to the CDBG. What is your ask from this body to support and assist in being able to, again, get us a little bit closer to the CDBG funds? Because I think it's critical that we're able to make sure that there is some continuance of this funding being made available.
2 minutes.
I think that's a good question, Senator. I think your continued advocacy and championing of the work that we're doing, particularly the bigger things. We're very transparent. As you know, we come to meetings prepared. We have no shortage of details to share. And so however we can give you the information that you need to help us, to help advocate for us and be a champion of what we do, I think that would be ideal.
Very well. Mr. Chair, I heard my time call. If I could just wrap up at one final.
Your time wasn't called, Senator. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, very well.
A little less than 2
Thank
minutes
you.
now.
So, Mr. Chapman, what is it about this whole budget, about your mission and your role and responsibility that keeps you up at night? What concerns you?
Yeah, there are a lot of things that keep me up. First is those things that are out of our control. As we saw with COVID, no one saw COVID coming, right? But it had major impact on the global economy. So that's number one. Number two, what keeps me up is the impact of high energy costs on our ability to be competitive. And that is why we have now assumed a focus, on renewable energy companies, right? So what we do is not going to provide the panacea. It's not going to provide the cure-all. But we've got to do something proactively, right, to diversify our energy sources. So that keeps me up at night. And then the other thing that keeps me up at night, just to present it in threes, is the CDBG funding.
Time.
Right. I want to make sure that we can get those dollars deployed in a timely manner in projects like Tech Village, right, and get the $30 million for the next tranche, of deals, so that we don't lose things, right? So we are very implementation oriented, and we recognize that time is money. So those are the three things that keep me up at night with respect to the RT Park.
Very well, thank you. On my time I've been called. I appreciate your responses, and again, you could always count on me, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., to support and help to move these projects forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So you need $2 million this fiscal year. You need
You need $2 million.
$2 million this year for the catalyst. I'm reading you said we have just $5 million available to meet roughly $7 million in loan capital.
We're not actually making a request at this time, but I was stating just as a matter of fact that we are oversubscribed by about $2 million.
I'm just asking a question.
Right.
Your subscription is $2 million, correct?
Correct, presently, yes.
And that $2 million would allow you to attract how many more companies?
So we think that between or among the companies that are in the pipeline, it's another 3 or 4 that could benefit. They're not huge, but they're sizable. And we think if we have another $2 million, we could bring those companies, we could reel them in.
Which would be a total of how many?
Would be a total of seven companies.
7?
We have one. I can't steal our thunder right now, but I will say that it's a film soundstage company. In addition to the film studio company that we recently secured, we don't know what their needs are. Right, that could be a big number for financing, and that project would just to be transparent, that would be on St. Croix. And we know that there's going to have to be some participation on the financing side to make it happen. So that oversubscription of $2 million does not include that particular company. I'll have that number hopefully in a month.
And the 2 sustainable agriculture companies and the 1 water-resistant building material company, how many jobs would that?
Oh, so it's a good question. I don't know that I can give you, for the sustainable development company, the first one, it'll be 300 jobs over a period of time, approximately 300 jobs. For the smaller sustainable development company, which is Farm Shelf, it's an RT Park company, it'll be initially 25 jobs on St. Croix. The sustainable materials building company, I don't have jobs numbers yet, but we can certainly give you those. I don't have projections yet.
Okay, I'm not going to ask any more questions because I'm getting a lot of individuals upset. So, point of information, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Chapman, let me ask, in respect to the $30 million asked from the CDBG-DR mitigation funds, what's the return on the investment? Say, let people know what the return on investment would be if you realize that money.
Right. So that's a really good question. I would have to pull out the slide deck with the actual deals to give you that information. I actually have it, and I've presented it to this body before, but I just can't remember all the details. But what we look at in the slide deck is projected jobs created and also capital investment, and we use a very simple multiplier model, and so I can resurrect that and send it to you because we did that a couple of years ago with the pipeline, so I just want you to have that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Senator James, do you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Thank you for being here. Congratulations on everything that you're doing, and you have a heavyweight with you, Miss Sidney Paul. And I'm happy to know that you have young individuals on your side soaking up everything. So I'm happy to see that. Now, I see where you mention, well, not you, but in the post-audit report, page 3, it references the RT Park expenditures and it speaks to advertising and promotion. Can you just give us a general idea of the utilization of the funds and what you promote and market? Because you seem to have a lot of great things going on. Just
Sure.
let us know.
I think that is Ms. Paul's domain, so I'm going to defer to Ms. Paul, who heads marketing and communications.
The brief version. Thank you.
I apologize. This is Sydney Paul, Senior Manager of Business Intel and Marketing. You said on page 3 of the audit?
Page 3 or 5 of the post-audit report.
Oh, he's
Advertising and promotion, the expenditures.
Okay, just making sure that this is overall for the RT Park. So yes, right now our marketing team covers 6 or 7 programs. Everything ranging from what our Mr. Chapman mentioned today, from our accelerator program to Vista Plus to Tech Village to our business attraction, which includes foreign direct investment and international marketing. So like Mr. Chapman said, the pandemic really slowed us down. We had a lot of events and international marketing that we had planned. Over the past couple of years, we've used a lot of virtual webinars and things like that. A lot of our marketing has also gone into community engagement. So many may know that for the majority of the history of the RT Park, many don't know what we've done or what the purpose of the organization has been. So a lot of our marketing has gone into just programmatic education to the community about what resources are available to them, not just companies coming into the territory.
Thank you for that breakdown of the expenditures. Thank you. And as far as the RT project, the one down there at the Agriculture Fairgrounds right next door, I do support that project. I know it was supported by the legislature of the Virgin Islands with the leasing agreement and some other things. But before I get into my line of questioning, I know that you're looking forward to doing some ground breaking. But as you know, currently that property right now it belongs to somebody when it comes to farming. So have you dealt with the conversation and factoring the costs and everything to deal with that individual?
We're working through that, and we hope to have that resolved hopefully in the coming month or so. But we're actively engaged in that process.
Okay, because I just want to make sure, because that word is a very popular word in government. We're working on it. So, and then as far as your investment
2 minutes
in Innovative District, explain to me what is that about?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Right. So the concept is not a new concept. It's basically about identifying an area, geographic area, identifying it for intensive investment for the purpose of attracting tech companies and also talent, right? Young talent. So people like.
So my question to you, so far for the FY 2022, as of June 30th, 2022, you have only used $8,750. What that money goes towards?
Yeah. So we had some architectural drawings done so that we could show stakeholders, including senators, what certain properties could look like if they were part of a revitalization effort. So we've only spent modest amount of money.
Okay, just want to make sure. When you say senators, you mean by invitation?
We've started quietly meeting with senators one by one, two by two.
Not this senator, but thank you for placing that on the record.
Right.
So when you say senators,
right, and senators are important stakeholders. So we go out and we meet with senators.
Okay, well, it's a body. Just want to remind you, a legislative body.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I see here your debt service, including principal, $1.3 million. Explain to me what's going on there. Elaborate.
Right. So that was part of our legacy. Legacy debt goes back quite some ways. It was a loan that was provided to the RT Park to complete the building that now houses our operations, right? And this goes back a long time ago. So we simply paid off that outstanding debt to a group called Knowledge Investments.
And last but not least, would you say with the RT Park doing what it normally do for the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, would you say that it's self-sustaining? I know that the legislature continue to give you funding and it's necessary for certain projects once it's a return on our investment. But would you say that RT Park is self-sustaining, and how can we get to the point where it's self-sustaining?
We are, I want to state definitively for the record, we are absolutely self-sustaining. And our, I don't want to cast us as a wealthy organization, but our revenues have continued to grow significantly over the last four years. So it is my intention that we will continue along that trajectory. And there are things that we would need financial support for, and we've named some of them, like big real estate projects. We wouldn't fund that just from our operation, but we are absolutely self-sustaining, and it's our intention to remain self-sustaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I wish I can stay for the rest of the conversation, but I have a flight to catch back to St. Croix.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Chapman and your team for the hard work that you're doing. I really appreciate it. I could remember my first meeting was virtual, and we were talking about a Catalyst program, and I'm really glad to see it has come to fruition, and that was from 2021. So I'm very grateful to see the progress, and not just the fluff and the talk. Now let's delve into your testimony. I'm on page 3 of your testimony, and I really appreciate that you mentioned that you have been able to increase the University of the Virgin Islands funding, grant funding. Tell me a bit about the funding sources that you have been able to identify and have received, or the university have subsequently received awards.
Right.
Which funding sources are those, and which agencies? Or
Right. Thank you for the question, Senator. So, so the support that we provide to UVI is a function of our business attraction work, which means that as we attract more companies and hopefully higher impact companies, we, as part of those negotiations, which are memorialized in a what's called a park tenant agreement, we negotiate or help to negotiate commitments from those companies for scholarships, for other UVI special programs. So as we've become more efficient and aggressive, quite frankly, in the area of business attraction, business development, it has inured to the benefit of the university. So, but for that business development
so
work.
Mr. Chapman,
Right.
I just
They've
wanted
done
to
well.
get from you the identity of the funding sources that you mentioned here. And
There are-
if you're able to provide
We have
those.
a
I'm
long-
sorry to.
Right, long list of companies. Right, I can give you the list of companies.
Well, just name off maybe 5 of the top companies.
Sure. So let's say Impact Traits, Farm Shelf. We've had several other smaller companies that are high yield. Yeah.
And so these are mostly Mrs. Salim?
No, I just want to say, I think that you believe that they're grants. They're not grants.
Okay.
They are part of when the companies come in, they agree to pay either a scholarship, as Dr. Hall mentioned in his testimony. They agree to pay either a scholarship, some of them pays different programs that UVI wants to have. We collect the money. We are the ones who collect that money.
Okay, so the reason I came up with that terminology, grant, is because it's reflected in the testimony.
Right.
Yeah, so that's what, if it's funding, philanthropic or some other type of funding, it just needs to be clarified for me.
2 minutes.
Right.
Yes.
So that is why it's at unprecedented level of grant funding for the university. And I know grant funding could come from also philanthropic activities. I just want to ask you another brief question in your testimony. So on page 11, you mentioned about the expansion of your youth coding program. So mainly you have been partnering in the St. Croix district with Caribbean Center for Boys and Girls?
Correct.
Is there any entity or that you're looking to partner with here in the St. Thomas, St. John district?
So I'm going to let Alfonso, who knows both districts very well, speak to the reconnaissance that he's done.
Alfonso needs to be admitted in.
May I add, Senator, while we're waiting for Alfonso, this is Sydney Paul, Business Intel and Marketing Manager. This is the second year of that program. In our first year, we partnered with the Caribbean Center for Boys and Girls on both islands. So we had a program implemented on St. Thomas in 2020, correct?
2020.
Yeah, so
Right,
it was
middle
on
of
both
COVID.
islands, on both districts in the first class, and this class just on St. Croix. But just wanted to let you know that there has been some interaction with St. Thomas students.
Right.
I'm familiar with the Caribbean Center for Boys and Girls. I'm also very familiar with the St. Thomas, the Boys and Girls Club of St. Thomas and St. John. So that's why I was asking, where are we at?
Alfonso?
Hi, good afternoon. Alfonso Rodriguez, Entrepreneurship Manager. Yes, in regards to the VI STEM Kids program, our program initially, we partnered with the Caribbean Centers for Boys and Girls of the Virgin Islands. Our pilot program 2 years ago provided STEM education for both students in the St. Croix and St. Thomas district. Unfortunately, for this summer, the Caribbean Centers for Boys and Girls weren't able to get the St. Thomas camp at Bavoni up and running in time for the STEM program. So we were only able to provide STEM programming for the Watergut facility in Christiansted and the Frederick
Mr. Rodriguez,
facility.
I'm sorry, my time is going to expire. Mr. Chairman.
You may proceed and go ahead and ask the last question.
Okay, so is there any movement to utilize another entity to also provide the similar opportunity and partnership in the St. Thomas and St. John district?
Yes, the STEM Kids program is a fairly new program for us, but yeah, I've been pretty active reaching out to other nonprofits.
Okay.
Typically, what I'm looking for is entities that can at least house us, has a sort of physical entity that we can go to and provide.
I will make
STEM
connection with you with some of the nonprofits here. Mr. Chairman, I do have one other follow-up question, if you would be so kind to allow me.
Go ahead.
Thank you kindly. Now, I had another question regarding your VISTA program, and it's very much to the point. What is your goal as far as a number of persons you plan to have come to the Virgin Islands, relocate back to the Virgin Islands? Do you have a goal? Because I noticed that you have a number of candidates registered, employers registered, job posting, but how many persons do you anticipate, based on your program and your partnership with the Department of Labor, that you will get to relocate back here with this type of technical services? And I'm looking at your slide. I guess this is an appendix to your presentation.
You want to?
Good afternoon. Amina Salim. This is an important program to us, and we're very happy that the Department of Labor sees the importance also, because we know we have a workforce, and every time many people have told us they're looking for people who are doing something for different jobs, I say, I know a couple of young people who are working in the States doing just that. In the next 5 years, if we don't find a way to bring home our workforce, we will be suffering very much. We have professionals all over the country who are calling us. So we hope to have 100 people at least in our first year that we can say are literally, we've made contact to, they're trying to come back. But it's going to need more than just our marketing, and we hope that other agencies and the government understands that. In other states and countries where they have similar programs, and this kind of program is happening all over the world right now. China has a program they call Sea Turtles. What they are doing relocation money. They're finding places for them to live.
Ms. Salim, let us, Senator.
Okay.
Ms. Salim, I understand all of this extenuate, these things that you're talking about and activities, but when you're looking at any type of money coming in, you have to have a goal there. So you should have in place with this agreement that you have with the Department of Labor, at least a minimum amount of persons that in the Virgin Islands who can come back to the Virgin Islands for this money that you're receiving. It looks like you're going to receive 11 monthly payments of $33,000. So I just want to know, what is your goal? Is it 5 people a year, or is it 10 people a year?
So it's every quarter we agreed that we would have at least 15 people. It's in our MOU.
Okay,
MOA.
that's what I'm trying to get at.
At least 15 people who have registered and are talking and working with, trying to recruit back in.
Okay, but how many are you going to get here? That's my question. How many persons do you looking at to get here from this grant money, this money that you're partner? It's good to talk, when you're operating with this agreement, allow me, you should have a goal, and whatever barriers that are coming up from you not meeting that goal should be all part of your strategy and your plan. So you should have a number. That's all I'm asking. But thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I have exhausted your generosity because it seems a bit lofty to me. That's all I'm saying. It's lofty if you're not giving me a number with a goal.
15.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
15 per quarter.
You exhibited a lot of patience. Can you answer?
We are in our MOA. It is 15 people per quarter.
That's 60 per year.
Yes, 60 per year.
So I think the senator question is, we're paying $300 and something $1,000 to 60 individuals per year?
What we're talking about is not easy, or other people would have done it before. We don't know. It is unprecedented also. We might come in and after we start and find out we have to change this and change that. But our goal is still there to do at least 15. And we might get more. We have different activities that we're planning, but we are planning to try to get 15 per
Right,
quarter.
and that's the question I'm asking in reference to the cost. And do you believe the cost correlates with that goal that you have set?
For the marketing that we're going to have to do here and in the States, and that is, we're looking at all the markets where Virgin Islanders are.
You're saying that yes?
Yes.
Absolutely. I think Sid wanted to add something.
Yes, I just wanted to add that the program has two purposes. One is the talent attraction and retention, so there's a job search platform, but the other purpose of the platform is as a database. So one of our big priorities right now is to recruit into the database. Without the numbers, it's hard to give an idea of how many we can actively recruit or actively place into jobs if we don't know what the size of the diaspora and the talent is and where they are. So we're starting with small numbers now, but we feel confident from the excitement around what we've heard around Vista Plus that we can recruit and provide that data to give more feasible goals in terms of recruitment and job placement.
And I think, thank you, Sid.
Before you expand, I just want to be as clear as possible. We started with small numbers, I understand, but a big number is the cost. The cost is $330,000, and we're just saying that there should have been some type of correlation, whether you start small, you set a goal of 15 individuals, you pay $100,000, and then as you ramp up, we begin to pay more, because they have had these monies sitting for years. For years. And the young senator from St. Thomas have spoken about these money on a regular basis. And now we're using the monies, and it seems like they just took a big chunk. And they said, well, let's take this tremendous chunk, and we're going to use it for possibility of 60 hits, but we're going to pay $330,000. So we want to make sure that the monies are spent well, and that's the job of the Finance Committee. Looking at the website, there are 22 positions that are listed on the website for the Virgin Islands. I see that it has been upgraded, because the last time I looked at it, Department of Labor wasn't there in the narrative, and you have added Department of Labor, so I am thankful for that. And I'm sure the next senator might ask some questions there, so I will go on to the next senator. Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the word today is really disconnect. There is a disconnect happening, and this is not an attack against you, Mr. Chapman and Ms. Paul and Ms. Salim, but we spent $3.5 million roughly on a VIVIS system, the virtual information system, longitudinal data. That is your cradle to grave system. And had our agencies like Health and Justice and Human Services and Education, they all have buy into the system, that would have given you the information, Ms. Paul, that you're talking about this database, to tell you what the diaspora looks like and where we could find these people in this region. So we're spending $3.5 million over here in education, and buy-in on the central government, and then we have a whole $300,000 going to you for a Vista system, and you're trying to create a database from scratch. You understand the disconnect that's happening throughout the government, and for us that we sit in the Senate, that for me can be somewhat frustrating. Like, are we having a conversations with each other? So when you leave today, I suggest that the Vivis law was passed. The office of the governor is to have the council sit in there. The Vivis system is already established for years. We just had to codify it. I sponsored the legislation and ask education where it is housed today for that information. That will give you a start to help you to build a database. Because Vivis should tell you, you have these amount of students that went to this region to study this, you have some at UVI doing nursing, blah, blah, blah. And that would help to assist you in this whole process. Because we're just throwing money at this point, hoping for some crazy new result. Now, let's go back to the sustainable agriculture companies. So I heard the answer to the jobs, to the revenue. What data has been done? Do you ask the agricultural companies what products will they be growing? Are we looking at fruits?
So with those two agricultural companies, they have, let me start with the larger one, or the one that promises to be larger. So they have a process for which they have intellectual property. They have a process for growing toxin-free root vegetables, starting with cassava. So that's their specific product. Now, over a period of time, they will rotate out the crops or the traits as they call them, but they will start with
cassava.
Cassava.
What's the other one?
The other company produces these tanks. They look like huge fish tanks. Right?
2 minutes.
For growing fruits and vegetables in any sort of location. So instead of needing acres of land, you can theoretically grow fruits and vegetables in this tank.
So those two ag companies are fruits and vegetables.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Now let's go to what's your discussion with education and the STEM program? Because I do get the STEM from, I see that you have the expansion of the youth coding program through the Caribbean Center for Boys and Girls. But what's your discussion with the Department of Education?
Right.
And I know they don't have a STEM director right now, but
right. I don't know if Alfonso can shed any light on his discussions with the Department of Education in the context of STEM education, if he's there.
Okay, while I wait for Alfonso to come and talk to me about STEM, let's go to the WAPA discussion quickly. Number 3 on page 11.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about making us more competitive and attracting renewable energy-oriented enterprises. Now, what is your discussion with WAPA? And I ask this question because I'm no proponent of WAPA, right? Correct.
Sure.
Full disclaimer so the press doesn't write a wrong article.
Right.
But when you take more people off the grid and they start to, and WAPA loses its customer base, it doesn't take away from the debt that WAPA still owes in the VTOL project and everything else. So I just want to know, when we're talking about these environmentally friendly ways to produce renewable energy, what is that impact on the sole power utility of this territory?
Right. So what I can tell you is we're very much at the beginning of this process. One of our partners in a technical assistance sense is Kyle Fleming, and so we have not done an assessment of how the grid would be impacted. What we do know is we are increasingly non-competitive for certain types of larger businesses that can't afford, whatever it is, 46 cents per kilowatt hour. Hence our focus on looking at, alternative sources of energy.
Yeah, WAPA is the killer of our economy, understandably. I just wanted to know if we did a study on the unintended consequences of...
No, we've not done a study.
And just lastly, Mr. Chair, I have my sticky notes. I have a million questions for you, but I'm going to just start. I'll end here. So you look at DC, and DC was, it wasn't really good when I was in college. Not good, but it was really, really brown. And a lot of areas were dilapidated and eyesores. And when you go back to DC today, DC has been tremendously gentrified.
Yes.
But it looks good. But another unintended consequence is gentrification. Now, the plan for the St. Thomas St. John district, we already struggled, specifically St. John, with gentrification. And I applaud you for moving people back into our towns to spur economic activity, to spur life back into our towns. But I guess my question is, even in dealing with the historic preservation, I think, many times does prevent any economic progress because they want the building to be a certain way, the same materials. So we all know the Historic Preservation Committee can be an issue. So I know you're in the beginning phase. So one, what is the discussion with Historic Preservation on the cost and allowing you to refurbish these historic buildings that we'll be moving people back into? And two, RT Park talks about tech infrastructure. But truth be told, our tech infrastructure is somewhat creating a structured poor class. 1 gigabyte, we don't even offer a gigabyte of internet service. We be paying $150 for megabytes. So we're moving people back to the territory for tech jobs when our tech infrastructure is not, it's taking forever to upload, download. So you have a lot of competing factors. So tell me what does this look like for you?
So,
it was a loaded question.
Right. So, and thank you for those questions, Senator. So first, with respect to historic preservation, we have started a discussion with the historic preservation person. I don't know the person's name, right? This is through a contractor and a young architectural designer who has been helping us with some work. But we have not dug deep into reuse plans because we're just not there yet. The first step is getting a commitment of capital, right? So right now, the renderings, not renderings, but the visuals have been very high level. But we know that we are going to have a deeper, more substantive conversation with historic preservation. And we do believe that, you mentioned DC as a model. There are other models, Philadelphia, Boston. We know that it is possible or feasible to have this kind of redevelopment in an historic district that respects the historic character of the buildings, but also makes room for other types of structures. So one of the things that you see in the downtown is you have a lot of vacant parcels, right? So what do you do with those parcels? And again, I think there are lots of models and best practices out there. The second part of your question, let me see if I can address that regarding infrastructure. We have not done, we're not at the point yet where we've done an analysis of infrastructure. That would be, that would come later on, when we, should we secure some dollars to do not just serious pre-development, but also hardcore work, site-specific development work. So we can't answer questions about tech infrastructure right now.
I'd like to be a part of your discussions.
Sure.
Moving forward in that regard. I think I have some input to offer.
Absolutely.
So thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. In reference to the two agricultural companies, they plan to set up an government-owned farmland or privately owned?
Right. So the first company is still in the R&D phase. We are obligated, as per our park tenant agreement with them, to help them find other properties, right, for what they call the value-added products phase of their project. We don't know what those properties are because they're still in the R&D phase. We're underwriting a loan to them. For the other company, they're doing some of their R&D work and planning work just out of an RT Park space in downtown Christiansted. So they will get to the point where, they are needing more space, for production of their tanks, of their pods, but they're not there. They're not there yet.
Okay. In reference, I see that this year you're saying that fiscal year 2022, you expect to have $10,460,363. What's your projection for 23?
We're still working on our projections for 2023.
Up, down, same?
Yeah, it might be around the same, maybe a little bit down. But yeah, we're still working on those projections. But I think we'll have a good 2023 as well. There's no question about it.
Okay. You had a big jump from 21 to 22, from 7 to 10. I was hoping that we could continue that $3 million jump every year, which would have been good for us.
I don't know about that, Senator. My colleagues will tell you I'm very measured, very conservative, as is our CFO. So I'm a little bit reticent to put big numbers out there because we want to be sure.
Okay. I think we have no one there on St. Croix. So I'm going to allow you to go ahead and wrap up, put a closing statement on the record.
Sounds good. So thank you, Senator, and other senators present for providing us with this platform to update you and the general Virgin Islands public on the myriad activities, projects, and initiatives being undertaken by the RT Park to help strengthen and diversify the regional economy. I also want to thank the 34th Legislature as a body for its support in helping us launch two major initiatives, the Catalyst Fund, revolving loan fund, and the Tech Village mixed-use project on St. Croix. The RT Park has clearly evolved quite a bit in the past 4 years, as evidenced by our measurable progress in strengthening our operations and implementing a more aggressive and comprehensive economic development programming model in line with Title 17. Additionally, our distinction as a nationally recognized economic development corporation provides further validation that the RT Park is moving along the right trajectory. But in closing, I want to emphasize that we are in no way resting on our laurels. Going forward, we intend to continue to apply creative and best practices-oriented solutions to the very complex economic challenges confronting the territory, and enthusiastically look forward to engaging with and collaborating with the legislature as we attempt to elevate our game in the coming year. And again, thank you for the opportunity to share our annual progress report with you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. The Committee of Finance will take a 5-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Next on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General. Invited testifiers, Delia Thomas, Deputy Inspector General.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Deputy Inspector General, you can put your name and title on the record.
Delia Thomas, Deputy Virgin Islands Inspector General.
I can just pull the mic directly to you. And you're the only one testifying, correct?
Yes, Senator.
So you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator Kurt Vele, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, members of the committee, other members of the 34th Legislature, staff of the Legislature, ladies and gentlemen in the viewing and listening audience. I am Delia Thomas, Deputy Virgin Islands Inspector General. I am here today to provide an overview of the proposed fiscal year 2023 budget for the operations of the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General, VI Inspector General's office. And I will answer any questions that you might have. The state of the Virgin Islands Inspector General's office. Title 3, Chapter 40 of the Virgin Islands Code establishes the VI Inspector General's office as an independent auditing arm of the government of the Virgin Islands. The code gives the VI Inspector General's office the responsibility of auditing and investigating all three branches of government, including the autonomous and semi-autonomous instrumentalities. We are the only government auditing arm, local or federal, situated in the Virgin Islands. Our mission is to promote economy, efficiency, and effectiveness, and to further the prevention of fraud, waste, and abuse in the administration of programs and operations of the government of the Virgin Islands. Senators, we started fiscal year 2022 with 16 filled positions. And with the retirement of the Inspector General in November of 2021, we are currently at 15 filled positions within the organization. Our organizational chart can be found on page 10. At the conclusion of last year's budget hearing, we left here with the pending retirement of Inspector General Stephen Van Beverhout set for November 2021. To coincide with his retirement, our office set goals to complete all outstanding audits, inspections, and administrative tasks initiated under his tenure. I must say that our plans were overly ambitious, as we had 6 reports to issue by that self-imposed November deadline. We gave it our best effort. We issued 3 of the 6 reports. Specifically, we issued reports dated September 27th, 2021, the inspection of the use of loan proceeds of select projects in the GRS Alternative Investment Program, VI Finest Foods. September 30th, 2021, the inspection of procedures to control the reemployment of retired government employees. November 19th, 2021, the inspection of the WAPA Vital Fuel contracting process and transactions. After November 2021, our work continued, as we have since issued 2 additional reports with 1 pending. Specifically, we have issued reports dated February 8, 2022, the audit of contract administration at the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. April 26, 2022, the audit of Wang F. Louis Hospital contract administration. As a result, we have issued 5 of the 6 reports. The 6th report on the inspection of the management of the Agriculture Revolving Fund is in its final review and approval stage and should be released by the end of this fiscal year. As we continue to transition, by finishing and closing out assignments, our auditors are working on surveys of potential new assignments. When the audit surveys are completed, we will determine which new assignments to pursue based on our available resources, primarily the staff size needed for each project. Our 2023 2 annual audit plan summary can be found on page 11. While we continue to perform audits and inspection assignments, we also make ourselves available to assist federal auditors regarding activities they plan on conducting in the Virgin Islands. As part of our 2022 budget, this body approved funding to allow for the upgrade of our obsolete computers. I am happy to report that July 21, 2022, we received 15 laptop computers and hope to have all our purchases and upgrades to our computer equipment and communication systems done by the end of this fiscal year. To date, we have invested at least $46,000 in this project. Also, in addition to performing their respective audit assignments, 2 auditors took the lead in updating our auditor's manual. The manual, which outlines procedures for conducting audits in compliance with government auditing standards, is in its final editing phase and should be approved by the end of this fiscal year. Completing this manual will satisfy one of the findings cited in our previous peer review. Regarding investigations, we started fiscal year 2022 with 1 open case from the prior fiscal year 2021. During fiscal year 2022, we added 19 additional cases alleging possible wrongdoing in government. Therefore, as of today, we have reviewed 20 claims, for which 1 remains open. Many of the complaints received lack sufficient information, were resolved administratively, or were matters for other departments and agencies. For confidentiality purposes, I cannot discuss the details of these matters. Staff training. In fiscal year 2022, our staff took advantage of 3 training opportunities. Through the USA Graduate School Virgin Islands Training Initiative Program, we participated in conducting performance audit training from January 18th to the 21st, 2022, and developing and presenting audit findings from July 11th to the 15th, 2022. Also, during the week of June 20th, 2022, the professional staff participated in the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners' 33rd Annual Global Conference. Auditors were allowed to attend in person or virtually. 13 participated virtually. 1 auditor traveled to Nashville, Tennessee for the training. Next year, we hope to attend the 34th Annual Global Conference in Seattle, Washington in June of 2023. As we continue to encourage our staff's continued education and professional development, I want to congratulate Ms. Anne-Marie Benjamin Richardson on completing her master's degree and her continued commitment as she is currently working on becoming a certified fraud examiner. As a result, we now have 7 certified fraud examiners and 6 members with master's degrees. As the end of fiscal year 2022 is fast approaching, our efforts to close out pending matters continue. Our goal is to have the last audit report issued and to close out the Impress Fund account, which still bears the name of the former Inspector General. Also, in June of 2022, we received a new Honda CR-V for our St. Croix office. This vehicle was obtained from the Attorney General's office under the Honda Settlement Agreement. As a result, we will turn in the 2014 Chevy Captiva from St. Croix and the 2017 Chevy Equinox from our St. Thomas fleet to the Department of Property and Procurement. Once these matters are completed, the path will have cleared to embark on setting a new foundation for the continued growth for the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General. Our 2023 budget. The Virgin Islands Inspector General Office 2023 budget recommendation of $2,425,010 is $348,989, or 12% less than the fiscal year 2022 appropriation. This reduction is attributed to the budget reductions in personnel services and the resulting fringe benefits. Our fiscal year 2022 actual expenditures through August 4th, 2022 total $1,634,384. The following are comments on each prime account of the fiscal year 2023 proposed spending plan. Our fiscal year 2023 proposal by sub-accounts is shown on page 12. Personnel services and fringe benefits. The budget proposal allows the office to maintain the 15 filled positions and 5 positions budgeted at half their annual salaries. The proposed funding level for the personnel and related services is $1,889,828, or 77.93% of the overall budget request. This amount consists of $1,357,468 and $532,360 for personnel services and fringe benefits, respectively. Supplies. Budgeted supplies costs for fiscal year 2023 are estimated at $67,000, or 2.76% of the overall request. Other services. Budgeted other services costs for fiscal year 2023 are estimated at $362,182, or 14.94% of the budget request. Utilities services. Our utilities costs are estimated at $55,000, or 2.27% of the fiscal year 2023 budget request. Capital outlays. Finally, the budgeted costs of $51,000 in capital outlays covers investigative and computer-related equipment costs. This amounts to 2.11% of the budget request. In summary, Senators, our work continues. Looking ahead, we are mindful of the challenges, including staffing our St. Croix office and finding ways to maintain our current staff in this salary competitive environment. As the VI Inspector General's office is the only permanent government audit present in the Virgin Islands, our perceived level of integrity is vital as a government. As a result, the need for oversight of government funds is essential. I want to thank this body in advance for your full support of the Office of the Virgin Islands Inspector General and the recommended fiscal year 2023 budget of $2,425,010. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I am available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Before I go to a short 5-minute round, I must first ask, exactly when did Inspector General Van Beaverholt retire? What month?
November 30th, 2021.
Okay, so we're going on 9 months that we have not had an Inspector General. Okay. And I find it pretty strange. I'm hoping that the executive branch will name an Inspector General shortly. There are a number of qualified individuals who work within the office that could easily fill that particular position, but it's important for us to have an Inspector General for the Virgin Islands. Senator Blyden, you recognize 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Deputy Inspector General Thomas, and thank you so much for your testimony. You spoke in your testimony to having 16 positions filled. So how much positions are vacant right now?
We have 5 vacant positions. We have 15 filled.
5 vacancy, and you spoke to the shortfall in your budget that have been in personnel and fringe because of that those positions being filled at half-staff, correct? They're filled part-time, not full-time.
That is moving to 2023. Right now, we have full funding, but I have to look into the possibility of how we can fill positions now, considering the fact that they're only budgeted half at
Correct.
2023.
That's my question to you. And are you satisfied with that? Can you live within those means? And can you operate at full capacity based on your workload and all that's coming to your division?
Well, what I would say is that budgeted at half, and we have 5 positions budgeted at half, that includes the Inspector General's position. The Virgin Islands Code specifies that the VI Inspector General's salary is tied to the highest paid commissioner. So what we would have to do is to reserve the salaries of the other 4 positions to ensure that when the governor appoints an IG, that salary is covered first. That would be the first priority. And then we would have to look at what else is available. Basically, looking at it, we can fill 1 position in St. Croix and try to maneuver how we would handle the rest of the budget from there.
From your point of view, you would like to have all of those positions filled at 100%, correct? In order for your operation to run smoothly and you address all the issues.
Oh, definitely. We would need the Inspector General. We would need the Chief of Audits for approving work papers and being in compliance with how things supposed to operate within reviewing work papers. We would need that position there because I could see us getting cited in the next peer review that right now I would say that I am doing the work and the approving of the Chief of Audits. I'm also doing my work, and I also have to close out on the other end of the IG. So close out all the audit assignments. So there we already have a conflict. So we would have to make sure that those positions are filled.
Understood. And as I know, coming in front of us through the years, you guys ran a well-oiled machine, and all of those positions, in my position, is
2 minutes.
In my opinion, is critical. So we'll see what we can do in terms of assuring that we give you the defense to assure that you can be able to fill those positions moving forward. Let me ask you, in respect to the Impress Fund account, you stated that it needs to be closed out and it's still in the former Inspector General's name. Are you working on the process now?
Yes. Initially, when the Inspector General left, our focus was solely on getting all the audit assignments done, the audit and inspections. It's only recently, probably in the last 2 months, that I've now been able to turn my attention to administrative matters. However, once he left, there has been no activity in the account because it's both of our names, and it's not either or, it's both signatures. So there has been no activity in the account.
Oh, so at least you're working on it. So when do you believe that's going to be resolved?
Oh, it will be resolved by the end of this fiscal year for sure. I should be having a meeting very shortly with the Department of Finance.
Okay, very well. And also you spoke to the Honda CRV that was received to the office. And you said that the 2014 Captiva from St. Croix and the Equinox from St. Thomas will go to the Department of Property and Procurement. So if that's done, do you have another vehicle for St. Thomas?
I think, in my view, that vehicle is an extra vehicle that I determined that we don't really need right now.
So how much vehicles you had in St. Thomas? 2?
No, I think I would have to look at the...
But the point is, if you based on your assessment, you feel you don't need that vehicle. So
I feel we don't need that vehicle.
Okay, very well. That's rare. and finally, before my time is up, other services and charge, that there's a 14.94% budget request, which is $362,182. What does that consist of, other services and charge? What's in that category?
Time.
What's under that category?
That's a very large category that has to do with repairs and maintenance of our building, automotive repair, rental, land and building, professional services, security services, training, communications, transportation, travel, and other services.
It is pretty large. Well, thank you so much for your responses. And again, I'm hoping that they do fill that vacancy of Inspector General. I'm sure you can fill that void expeditiously. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator DeGraff, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifier, all viewing, listening, and present. Deputy Inspector General, I nominate you for the position right off the bat, so they could hear it now over the airways. You got one vote so far. Your personnel. You said you have how many personnel?
We have 15 filled positions.
The exempt individuals?
No, not, oh, you said exempt?
Your personnel. No, so you have exempt, you have classified.
Yes, classified, non-union, and exempt.
Okay, so you have budgeted for your non-union classified for 2023?
Yes.
The GS employees? Okay.
Yes, they're on the GS pay plan, and based on the GS pay plan, they're scheduled to receive their increments in this fiscal year, and it's already included in the budgeted cost.
Good. Now, for your unionized employees,
We don't have any unionized
You don't have
employees,
unionized?
yeah, no.
Okay, so you have anyone who have received wage increases for in the 2022 budget?
2020.
The 22 budget presently, has anyone received wage increases?
No, what we joined the GS pay plan, which is on every 2 years. They get their increments. So the next increment is due in 2023.
Okay, so everybody's yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. That's what I'm making sure, so they have anyone else who didn't receive and who were lined up to receive. Okay, great. Now, for your capital outlay, you say you had 51,000. The infrastructure that they work in territory-wise, St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John, I mean, what are the infrastructures like that $51,000 will address your capital outlay?
Well, our largest capital outlay last year was to get our computer equipment. That was the needs of our office. We don't anticipate any major repairs to our building that would require a capital outlay. We do not have any projects planned that would fall in that category. So we feel that 51,000 should be able to cover whatever unexpected events come up.
Okay, and you said that the difference in this, you're asking this year, the 300,000 plus is strictly for the personnel, the IG including
the
other
short
personnel. Correct. The 5 personnel you're talking about.
No.
You have 5 positions that are half where they funded half.
Yes.
That 348,000 would be to complete them.
Yes.
Okay, so strictly for the personnel end. Okay, good. Now, in regards to your goals that you have set, is your staff distributed St. Thomas, St. John, St. Thomas, St. Croix equally?
2 minutes.
Our staff?
Correct.
We have 1 staff member in St. Croix, and we have 14 in St. Thomas.
Okay.
We need to get an additional person in St. Croix, which I would consider to be very critical right now.
Okay.
We do have 2 positions in St. Croix that's unfilled right now, but because of the budget salaries set at half, we just have to figure out, can we bring one on safely or both on safely? And I'm in the process of looking at that right now.
Okay, when you say safely, what do you mean?
Well, if it stays at half, we have to have the money to cover it.
No, we ain't gonna leave it at half. We gonna make sure, because if out of 5, St. Croix needed 2 expeditiously, fine, St. Thomas gets 2, and then the IG, that's a 5 total. Right?
Yes.
Okay, good. So once you're able to identify those persons, do you have anybody in mind?
No.
No? Okay. So at least once you need it, that money will be forwarded for you. And in closing, the great challenge that you gave yourself in terms of trying to accomplish some of the missions that you did, that you said that you fell short. You were able to accomplish 3 out of the 6?
We have 5 of 6 done
5
right
of
now.
6.
Yeah.
Okay. So would that one be completed between now and September?
We
or-
will have the rest that's on this list done by
Okay.
September.
And then you'll be open for 2023.
Yes,
Okay.
and that's been the goal.
That and again, that's great foresight and your leadership. And again, like how I started, I would say you've been there, you tested, you're not Savanero, right? I'm just making sure. But other than that, I nominate you for the position, and to the governor, let's make this happen. It's been too long. You qualify for the position. I thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Time.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I think we all said the same thing about 8 months ago. We said the exact same thing, that we needed that position to be filled pretty quick, that the young lady has been in a particular position for a number of years and have all the requisite experience. And it was one of those easy areas to transition, and the deputy could transition into the Inspector General. But for whatever reason, we have not seen that materialize. And in looking at the budget, page 7 of 7, you see the 4 positions that are listed there at 50%. And those 4 positions come to $155,000. And that is what is included in the budget. So if you name an Inspector General, it automatically takes out $125,000 from that. If you name Inspector General for the beginning of the fiscal year, it takes out $125,000, so there's only $20,000 left in that particular budget. So all you could bring on is the added coordinating officer for half of the year. So when we're doing a markup, we need to look at these positions and have a discussion as to whether or not there are individuals in the waiting for these positions. Besides the Inspector General, have you interviewed anybody for Chief of Audits or Audit Coordinating Officer or Auditor?
I have been very reluctant to hire anyone in those positions because I feel that the Inspector General should be very involved, and that person should be the one, because I don't know what their vision may be, and they may need different needs, and they may assess the agency in a different fashion. So I just felt it would be very unfair to that person.
Okay, understood. Senator Novel Francis?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Deputy Inspector General Thomas, thank you for your testimony. I hear everyone talking that you should be appointed to the position, and I certainly made that suggestion several months ago. Have you been interviewed for the position? Well, first of all, let me ask you, are you interested in the position?
I am interested in the position. I did everything that the governor asked me to do regarding the position. So we're just gonna.
Have you been interviewed for the position?
I have been interviewed, yes.
Very well. So I guess it's just a matter of time before a decision is made. So I look forward to your appointment in the very near future. Governor, please, it's time to act. This 8 months is much too long for this critical, important agency to be without a permanent head. So in respect to the computerization funding that we provided to you during the last fiscal year, besides the laptop, have there been any other expenditures towards website, intranet connectivity, cybersecurity, any other use of that funding?
Our entire IT section is under evaluation right now, how we're going to build that. And we're in talks with BIT because paramount to our agency needs is our independence. So right now we're in discussion with BIT about using the Microsoft 360, whether we're going to come under BIT or be on our own.
365.
365.
So in respect to the investigation and the 20 claims that have been assigned, you mentioned that one remain open, and most of the investigation of claims thus far has been lack or closed as a result of lack of sufficient information. Have you been able to recognize any particular patterns, trends, or a lack thereof of information that's leading to the insufficient information?
Well, Senator, sometimes people would bring information and then there's no follow-up or there's a reluctance to follow up. So that's one problem. Out of the complaints that we had this past year, one resulted in an arrest. However, the other ones that we would send them to the various different agencies that could better handle the situation.
2 minutes.
Okay. Being an investigator myself, I know that a lot of inclusion in that respect. But my question to you is, how are you educating? How are you training? There's government agency, this type of information to you. How do we better educate them or prepare them so that they can make sure that they're capturing the type of information that is necessary to lead to a proper outcome?
Okay, Senator, repeat I'll let on a minute. Repeat the question because we lost you for a little bit.
Thank you. Again, in regards to, and I'm saying that I've been an investigator, a lot of that the claims are not supported by sufficient evidence. But how are you training or educating those entities that's bringing this type of information to you so that they're actually capturing the required information? If in fact there is a required information, I think a lot of time there's a lack of education and training as to what is the necessary recognizable information that needs to be collected so that you could be able to make an informed decision.
I agree that we do need to have a better outreach to the various agencies and as to how best we can meet their needs and the kind of information that they need to bring to us. So that's part of the growth process of this agency, and we look forward to doing that. However, there's also a lot of individuals that bring tips to us, and they may start to bring information and then at a particular point in time be reluctant to continue to provide information. So that's one of the problems that we do have right now.
Okay. So we'll talk offline a little bit about that, because I believe once they're initiated the complaint, there might be a mechanism by which you could bind them to make sure they'll follow through in respect to that. So as the deputy inspector and the person that's currently in charge, what are some of the initiatives that you have taken on for yourself to make sure that you continue to remain in good stead, in good light about assuming this position of leadership?
Well, after the Inspector General left, I set the priority to get everything that started under his tenure cleaned up. So we had to get the audit reports out. That took a whole lot of time because with audit reports, and by the time they go public, there's a lot of work that needs to be done because of the standards that we have. So with us not having the chief of audits there and the inspector general not there, it just took a whole lot of time. So I've just now turned my attention to the administrative matters. So as far as moving forward, we have a plan. And I have involved the staff in the types of changes that they would like to see moving forward that would help them improve their work and help the agency be more productive.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up with one final question.
You may proceed. If you have more than one, you may proceed.
Very well. So my next question to you, and then I'll do a quick wrap up, is who's your understudy? Who is currently in line to assume either the deputy position, or who have you tasked for, again, at least some leadership position right under you? You don't have to give a name, but have to identify someone.
I have not identified someone as a deputy, because again, it just depends on the level of skills that the IG possess and what their needs will be to balance out the organization so it could be effectively run. So I know my strength is in audit, so I would suspect that my deputy, if I were the IG, their strength, I would look towards law enforcement. So I'm just saying I don't have anyone in mind, but I'm just looking forward to a balance.
Deputy, my suggestion to you is exhort authority. Be aggressive about this. Again, leadership requires, and perhaps this is what the governor is looking for. Exert those authority, make decisions, select, and do what you need to do to, again, show that you are the person that is best poised to assume this position of IG. I truly believe that you have it within you, and you have to continue to demonstrate that so that others could be able to see that as well. Thank you very much for your responses thus far, and again, lead from the front and let the chips fall wherever they may. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Deputy Inspector General, I'm looking at the number of days for the audits. It is a substantial amount of time. I'm seeing the average is for fiscal year 21, it was like 400, I was at 300 days.
Those days are, when you take into consideration holidays and you minus the holidays and vacation times, all that time has to be kicked out. So
it's really like when it's at 400, it's really more like a year and a half, a year going on 2 years.
Yes, but if you have 3 persons working on the assignment, it cuts the time down. If you have 1 person, then that can be substantially longer.
And what are you working on now? What's your present project that you're working on now?
We have not started any new assignments for this fiscal year. We're closing out all of our assignments, and right now we're just actually on the audit plan summary. We are doing surveys on all the topics that are there, that's listed there, in order to figure out what we can and we can't do, what staff levels will be needed. So we have started, the staff is actually working on surveys on every single topic. And just because you see a topic under unresourced does not mean that a survey isn't going to be done. It doesn't mean that unresourced audit does not now move up to the priority audit, and a priority audit falls down to an unresourced audit. The list is there as a guide for us and what we think we might do. And also we have to leave room that if someone comes in with something that's more pressing, that our assignments actually get put down and we now move on to this other pressing matter.
And so the 4 audits under the fiscal year 2022, those are going to be conducted, the audit of billing and collection processes at WAPA?
Still, I have not made a decision.
Okay, that's an important one. We've had
because we are actually waiting for the survey to be completed, and we're waiting to see what our staffing would look like and needed. As you remember, the last audit was done jointly with the Internal Audit Division of WAPA, and
Correct.
If we were to take on, because collections and billing is a huge topic. Do we do it? A decision we'll have to make. Can we do it on our own? Can we ask if they would do a joint audit with us? It would just depend. Or do we have to break it out into parts? I'm not sure how that would look right now, but today it is a huge assignment.
Okay. And administrative functions of the Taxi Cab Commission?
That one is looking more possible that one can move forward based on what I've seen in some of the preliminary work that we have done.
Contracting practices of the UVI Research and Technology Park?
Not enough work has been done today for that one for us to decide.
To make a determination?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Government-wide collectors audit?
Well, what we would do with that particular one is government-wide, it would be listed as such, but it does not mean that we would do it government-wide. We will kind of like look at where the high risks are or the largest collection spots, and then we'll decide that it's just this one agency or this one area.
Okay. And then those on the unresourced audits, unresourced meaning what?
Meaning that if we were to take on all the ones on above that are anticipated new staff, that we would not have staff to cover the unresourced audits. So in order to do an unresourced audit, we would probably need like 6 additional auditors 6 additional experienced auditors that would be ready to do those assignments.
And is it your testimony that you do need the positions at 100% and at 50?
We do need it at 100%. It would make our lives easier. It would make the next IG's life easier because they would have something to work with as they move into the position. Right now, they will be kind of strapped to figure out what to do.
Okay, and beside that, the other areas are sufficient? Fringe benefits, capital outlays, and all of those other services and charges, they're sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. Deputy Thomas, we expect you to take charge. Don't wait for the next Inspector General. You're the Inspector General as it is right now. So just take charge and go ahead. What's troubling to me here is that this position is taking so long to be permanently filled. And throughout this government, we have a huge influx of federal funding coming in. We need proper oversight over all these funds. And it seems like we continue to underfund our Inspector General's office. How serious are we taking this accountability? I know across the nation, when it comes to Inspector General's offices, they speak to promoting quality, they speak to coordination, they speak to efficiency. But one thing that's lacking in your mission statement is accountability. And we need to hold individuals accountable across the board. I want to go straight to the question on pages 2 and 3 of your testimony. You spoke about the initiatives or the reports that you all were trying to get out before the last Inspector General retired, and you got out 3 of 6. I am truly interested in the one with regards to the inspection of the WAPA Vital fuel contracting process and transactions. Can you just tell me briefly what's the status or what was the outcome of that case, whether or not there were any criminal implications, and if this matter was referred?
This particular audit, as all audits, the Attorney General gets a copy of the audit, the U.S. Attorney's Office gets a copy. Copies are distributed, and if those agencies see something within the report that piques their interest, they would contact us for further information. As far as anything specific that went to...
Okay.
I can't comment.
I think PBS that it should be referred to any of those agencies. I know a copy was shared, but that's telling me that, okay, I bought this book, it was interesting, so I'm sharing it with the others so that they could read it too. But what was it? Was anything interesting in there to you that it should have been referred?
Nothing that I can comment on right now. I pretty much have not, I don't remember anything specific that I thought that.
Okay, the IG position have been vacant for about 9 months. Besides you submitting everything else, are you aware of any efforts being made, other efforts being made to fill this position?
I wouldn't have any information on that. I just respect the fact that the code says that the governor appoints the IG, and
okay.
That's
okay.
it.
Yeah, you don't have to go there. I know what the code says. It's okay. You don't have to. Have the IG office played any role in monitoring the expenditures of federal funds received as a result of the hurricanes or even the pandemic?
No, we have not. We are focusing on our local.
No, you have not. It's
Okay.
good. Just ask and deliver. That's it. So let's see here. I'm trying to shuffle through because I know we don't have enough time. So you also spoke on what page it was here. You spoke about the 2022 Honda CRV for St. Croix, and that the vehicle was obtained, from the Department of Justice. As a result, you'll turn in a 2014. So you're turning in 3 vehicles to get one? Is that what you're saying?
We're turning in 2 vehicles.
You're turning in a 2014 Chevy Captiva from Troy and a 2017 Chevy Equinox from St. Thomas Fleet. Okay, so 2 for 1. So was that the trade-off? 2 for 1?
No, they're not linked.
Okay. And you stated you have some 14 employees on St. Thomas and 1 on St. Croix. So how many vehicles do you have on St. Thomas?
We would have 4 vehicles on St. Thomas after we turn in this one.
4?
Yes.
And that will be sufficient for this office to be able to operate?
Yes.
Do you have inspectors?
We have 1 investigator. We had not filled the position for the other senior special investigator, and that's the extra vehicle that we have right now. That's the 4th vehicle.
So when you fill it, so when you fill it, then you have to go find a vehicle.
No.
What do you have any inspector positions? I heard you say you have an investigator. Do you have any inspectors?
No.
What are the vacancies you have? I think you said you had about 5 vacancies.
Yes. We have a senior special investigator on St. Thomas, the chief of audits, the inspector general. In St. Croix, we have an auditor too, and an audit coordinating assistant.
Okay. At some point I will reach out to you. Back in 2015, I think it was, former Senator Graham and myself had sponsored a bill to reestablish the Office of the Inspector General and making it a separate and independent agency of the government. We're going to sit down and have a discussion about this because I really think that we need to revive this measure and bring it back so that we can have the people of this territory know that we're serious about the waste, fraud, and abuse in government, and we need to take a look at accountability across the board. We don't need any influences or anything to sway any decisions once the process has begun and we're doing what we're supposed to do to be able to make sure that government works the way it is supposed to. So at that, and I'm hopeful that we'll see an appointment soon. If it's you, congratulations in advance. If it's someone else, we need to step it up and make sure we get this done. Also, let me just conclude by saying congratulations to your employee who continued her education. And I think you stated that she has she acquired a master's degree or something and going on to becoming a certified fraud examiner. I'm hopeful that we also take advantage of getting the appropriate other trainings for them to be able to carry out their duties. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins, for your questions. Deputy Director, I think we have concluded with all our questions. You're a small department. So at this point, I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record.
Again, I want to thank this body for having me here today, and I hope for your continued support of the importance of the Inspector General's office and how it intertwines in the fabric of this government, and a continued support of our budget in order for us to fund our vacant positions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we'll seriously take that consideration in reference to the vacant positions. We'll definitely see what we can do there. We know that for sure somebody will be named, so we got to just subtract that 125, and then we got to work with the other vacant positions as to exactly how we're going to fund them. I want to thank you for your testimony, for representing the VA Inspector General Office. I want to thank you for your service over the last 8 months, kind of staying in the same position but acting in a different position. And there's a little implication there, because if you're acting, you're supposed to move to the salary while you're acting, and to leave you in the same position, but then you receive the same compensation, but actually acting as the Inspector General is a whole different story, because somebody have to run the office. So the person running the office is the person that's in charge. But I thank you for your service. I thank you for your testimony, colleagues. It's a short day today. We're going to be back here tomorrow. I want to thank my staff, along with the staff of the legislature, and my colleagues that stayed here to ask the question. Thank you so much. 1 second. Thank you. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.
la la la.